everyone, and welcome to this evening's council meeting, which also happens to be our final council meeting for 2015. I'd also like to welcome the Rogers Cable 20 viewing audience, who I know are watching this evening's proceedings as well. At this point, I'd like to invite everyone to stand as they're able for the singing of O Canada. We are the choir this evening, so when the music comes on, I invite you to join in the singing of our national anthem. Thank you very much. We'll move on to the minutes. It's been moved by Councillor Yanetsky that the minutes of the regular meeting held November 16th and the special meetings held November 16th and 23rd and December 7th as mailed to the mayors and council be accepted. All in favor? That is carried. Any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, it's dealing with the community services report, item number 2. My family didn't own property in that area.
Sorry, community services number 2. Okay, we'll deal with that one separately. Any others? If not, sorry, Councillor Yanetsky. Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, the item under which item it was dealing with the community orchestra that I belong with. The conflict there, dealing with the budget.
Under community services, the funding.
Yep.
Yes, we dealt with it, and that would be under number 7. There was a paragraph where we dealt with your particular item separately. Okay, we'll deal with that one separately today. Any others? Okay, if not, there's no communications to be referred to file. I don't see. We're now going to move into presentations, and I don't see Sue Morgan here. So I think we'll maybe come back to that one later in the meeting if Ms. Morgan arrives later on. But, and I'll note that Chairman Sealing is here from the Regional Municipality of Waterloo to join us for that presentation as well when it occurs. There are 6 other presentations, though, that need to happen this evening, and they weren't on the agenda, and I think it'll become apparent momentarily why they weren't on the agenda. And so I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge 6 of our councillors that have reached their 5-year anniversary of service to the city as elected officials in the city of Kitchener. And each of them were first elected in 2010 and have played various roles in the city. And so I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge them. And first up, I'd like to acknowledge Scott Davey, Scott, your financial expertise and calm demeanor have made you an excellent chair of the Finance and Corporate Services Committee. Your leadership, interest in technology and innovation, and support for economic development has been a real addition to the city. So, Scott, if you want to come forward. We're doing these alphabetically. So next up, we have Councillor Frank Etherington. Frank, you've certainly been an active councillor as the representative for Ward 9. As you reminded us in your first term, you were the one-vote wonder and reminded everyone about the importance of voting. But your passion for the downtown, social justice, affordable housing, and advocacy for the art are much valued contributions to our council. Congratulations. Okay, next up, we have Councillor Yvonne Fernandez. Yvonne, you've been a strong advocate even before you were a member of council, particularly on the area of environment and also in terms of cycling, trails, and issues surrounding older adults and getting involved in our community. And so I would like to congratulate you as well on your 5 years. Let's get this out of the way. Next up is Councillor Bill Ioannidis. Bill, your enthusiasm and passion have energized council. You've played a crucial role in bringing Big Music Fest to our city, the largest concert our city's ever hosted. That kind of forward thinking will help shape our city going forward. Bill? Next up, we have Councillor Zig Yanetsky. Zig, you've always strived to make yourself available to the residents of Ward 8 and from across the city. Your planning background and interest in heritage preservation has been a valued asset by this City Council. Zig, congratulations. And last but certainly not least, Councillor Singh. Paul, your level of interaction with ward residents through community meetings, movie nights, surveys, and letters is truly unmatched on council. You no doubt are a gifted retail politician. Congratulations. Okay, so that gets us through presentations unless Ms. Morgan comes, and if she does, if folks will indulge us, we'll fit it in at that point in time. We'll then move on to delegations, and I do want to remind delegations of a few things. First of all, you have 5 minutes to make your presentation to council. At the 4-minute mark, you'll hear a bell ring, which indicates you still have 1 minute to finish your presentation, and at which point the mic will automatically turn off. So if folks can try to note that during your time. Secondly, if you've made a presentation at committee, we'd just like to remind people that the focus of any additional information tonight should be on the new information that wasn't presented when you were at committee. We do have a lot of delegations tonight, particularly on 2 items, the Social Planning Council and CEI. And in order to make sure we also get everything done and get through the agenda, one of the suggestions that was made was on those 2 items, we'll listen to delegations as we've sometimes done in the past, but we won't be getting into questions, particularly because both of these items have been discussed at committee. And that would be item 7 on CIS committee and item 3 on FNCS committee. Before I go into those 2 items, I do just want to deal with the sidewalk infill one. There is one delegation here, but they're really only here to answer any questions if there's numerous people, and that's Ms. Kathy Cameron. So if nobody else has registered on the sidewalk issue, I'd like to just deal with that one first, and that's PSI number 1. And I'll ask Councillor Singh if you can bring that item forward. Councillor
Yes,
Singh?
that item is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Ioannidis for approval.
Okay, thank you very much. Any discussion on that item? If not, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. So that item is completed. And we'll now then move on to CSI report item number 7, and that's the issue of grants, and in particular the issue as it relates to the Social Planning Council, and we have numerous delegations for that item. The first delegation would be Trudy Bowen. Oh, yep, Councillor Fernandez.
I apologize. Just a quick point of clarification, because I had understood that it would be possible for us to ask one question at the end of all the delegations for that particular item. Did I misunderstand?
We were sort of trying to figure out how to work through the agenda, and the thought was that there wouldn't be for those 2 items, but you wanted to have sort of limitless for, not limitless, but the normal rules for the other items on the agenda tonight.
Okay.
Is
Thanks.
that okay still?
Well, I hope so. I would prefer not, but okay.
And there could be questions of staff and so on if you have them. Okay. Ms. Bowen, welcome.
Thank you. Mayor, council, staff, members of the community in the audience here. I'm speaking on the recommendation to defund our organization, half of the major portion of it for this coming year and most of it for 2017. I want to highlight, first of all the areas of our 2016 request. I want to clarify why a local community information centre is important to our local community, and I hopefully will be able to address the questions that were raised at committee meeting last week that we weren't able to respond to. I do have a PowerPoint presentation, but I got it in too late for it to be up there. There is a package. Actually, we're giving you 2. One is a package with the material, and it blew away in the wind, landed in a mud puddle on the way over here. One of those great ironies. So I think I'm understanding that you're sharing that one. There's a second package that we thought would be good for additional information we're not going to speak to, but it's a package with some of the resources that we have created to make available in the community. So our 2015 agreement that we were funded $74,000, and my apologies here, the OO is $333. Our request in 2016 was for a total of $100,000, which is the request we make every year since funding cuts happened in 2010, which is $75,817, which is a 2% cost of living increase over the 2015 grant request, and an additional $24,183 to cover the costs of a part-time social planner to help us convene forums, which the community is asking us to do more of. The 2016 staff recommendation that there be no dollars for social planner to support those forums. That $31,779, which is 50% of the 2015 grant for community information service and development, be funded in 2016 and zero in 2017. And that $10,829 is retained to support the role we play as a partner in the Festival of Neighbourhoods. The defunding rationale, from what we can understand, were 3 main points: that the City Corporation does not need our local information service, because the needs will be met by the Region of Waterloo's new database; that community members can get information online or through other access points. And the City of Kitchener can't justify being the only funder of a local community information service. So our response to that is we really don't know what the city corporate needs are because they've not been stated. And we've worked and offered, and there are things that we've provided over the years. So there's a missing piece of information for us. There has been a web-based directory that's been publicly and freely available for over 8 years now. And so there's nothing new in what you're getting from the region's new database. The information resources that we do create are provided now to city community centers. For my quick count, we had over 5,000 brochures that we created and distributed to the community centers at their request. Kitchener is our primary service area. 42% of the population of the region lives in Kitchener. 60% of our inquiry contacts are from Kitchener residents and service organizations. 60 to 70% of the community organizations and services are located in Kitchener, and that's region-wide. And Kitchener stakeholders continually ask for region-wide information. So it is important that we be able to provide that kind of thing. The city versus the region funding, the city funds us to support the service, which is the inquiry service, system navigation support, resource center. Okay. The region funded us to support the database, which supports the service. Think of the database as a tool and the service as what you do with the tools. We have validated the need for our service with the community. We get continual good feedback that information is there. And the people tell us that the resources we provide, the support and the service we provide is meaningful and needed. And I think there's 23 statements and letters of support that are in the package. And hopefully you have had a chance to read them. And I don't think I'll have time to respond to the questions that you'd asked, but we put together information to respond to those questions that had come up. They are, in particular, a question around, are we using city funds the way we're supposed to? We are. What does it take? So, wrap it up is that, in sum, we think the funding is ill-advised. It doesn't fit what we know about the community and what they're telling us. And our ask is that we retain the funding for community information service and development, that we work to begin to restore funding for social planning work, and that the city works with us to understand an information needs assessment, or to do an information needs assessment, so we can better understand together what the needs are, because I think there's a disconnect. So, thank you.
Sorry, thank you very much. Our next delegation is Barbara Spronk.
Oh, Barbara's not making a separate presentation.
Barbara's not making a separate presentation? Okay. Then we'll move on to Derek Alton. Welcome, Derek.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship and Council, for this opportunity to speak to you here tonight. I would, I guess, like to start off by introducing myself. My name is Derek Alton. I am a community enthusiast and a community researcher. I've spent the last 5 years studying community from all sorts of different angles, including 2 years working with the Tamarack Institute of Community Engagement as the lead on a national study of how people experience community across Canada, and I'm currently doing some graduate work, really trying to figure out how can we be more effective at building community. And to basically summarize these 5 years of research into one simple idea, I can say that really community building comes down to relationships. Relationships are really what's essential to helping people connect, to feel like they belong, but also to accessing information that's important to them. And I think that's really what is important about what we're talking about here with this regards to this information center. This information hub is this online database, but it's so much more than an online database, because people engage with community research not through online tools, but through relationships. It's through people you know, it's how you connect. So whenever I would go to a community whether it was here in Ontario or all the way out to British Columbia, I wouldn't just engage with online databases. I'd actually go out to people, to organizations and communities who have relationships on the ground. And that's where you really understand what services are available, because it's easy to get lost on a database. And so I really wanted to turn now to what this conversation, the crux of this conversation really sits on, which is this relationship between the city and the Social Planning Council around this community information database, this community information hub. Now, I understand that the Community Information Hub, the online piece, is now being taken on by the Social Planning Council of Cambridge. And because of that, the city, the staff are suggesting that the funding is now sort of downgraded or removed because that service is no longer needed because the Social Planning Council of Cambridge will now take on that role. But what I would argue is that, like I was saying earlier, it's so much more than just a database. It's relationships, and these relationships take a long time to develop, particularly with marginalized populations. These are populations that oftentimes struggle to engage with the tools that we try to provide for them, either because they feel uncomfortable or don't know how to navigate these online tools, or because they distrust institutions. And because of that, they depend even more than many people on these relationships of trust. The Social Planning Council of Kitchener-Waterloo has spent the last several decades working really hard to develop these relationships of trust into marginalized populations here in Kitchener. And I'm concerned that if we take away their funding, we're actually taking away one of the only avenues that a lot of these marginalized populations have to engage with the services we have here in Kitchener, which are an amazing selection of services. And so I really want to end by saying that really encourage you to think about what is being lost by removing funding from this organization. And who loses out when we take away the funding from this organization? Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alton. Our next delegation is Jihan Sabri. Welcome, Jihan.
Thank you, and good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'm here today as a member of the community because I do not agree with the recommendation to defund the Social Planning Council of Kitchener-Waterloo, and the Community Information Centre, which has been renamed Social Development Waterloo Region, for the work it does to provide information service to the Kitchener community. I believe the work done by this agency is important and worthy of continued support from the city. We have had occasion to use the resources from the center many times over the years and have worked with the center on numerous projects within the community, especially when we required assistance in spreading and sharing the information about our events. It is a mistake to assume that all community members have equal access and capacity to get their information needs met by the internet, or even that they would wish to duplicate and invest in such an exercise. Digital inclusion continues to be an issue for many, and information overload makes it more important than ever to have knowledge experts who can mediate access and ensure information is packaged in ways that are meaningful and accessible to those who need it. Independent, community-based social planning organizations such as the Social Development Center are accountable to the expectations of the community. The value of the work done by the center has been proven time and again over its 48-year history. Their work embodies citizen engagement, diversity, quality data, and information to support problem solving and planning to benefit the overall quality of life for everyone in this community. I respectfully request that you take into consideration the quality and level of expertise that the community stands to lose by a decision to defund. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jihan. Our next delegation is Mary Pappert. Welcome, Ms. Pappert.
Good evening. Mayor Verbanovic, councillors and staff. My name is Mary Pappert, and I appear before Council this evening in support of funding for the Social Development Centre of Waterloo Region, formerly known as the Social Planning Council of KW, and I'll call them the Centre from here on. I'm here on behalf of an organization called Renters Educating and Networking Together, RENT. RENT is a volunteer association of proactive, nonpartisan, concerned citizens who work to improve tenant conditions within the region of Waterloo through education, organization, and general representation of tenants. RENT understands that the City of Kitchener staff are recommending that all funding related to the community information work done by the centre be phased out, with the assumption that this service is no longer necessary for Kitchener's community. RENT believes that this is ill-advised and short-sighted. We believe that it's important for the city to continue the funding support and that will allow the centre to maintain their efforts to offer in-person service to our community. The centre's in-person communication with local residents is greatly valued and fully utilized by all who contact them. The internet and controlled environment, the computer-controlled environment is not enough. To hear a human voice answer at the other end of a telephone, a person who will listen to a question, discuss the difficulty, and offer relevant current information to help people solve their problems is extraordinary. That kind of local information support, which this centre provides, requires experienced local service personnel. Without the assistance of the centre, RENT could not function efficiently in this community. Why? RENT has been a member of the Social Planning Council and utilized the centre's telephone contact service since 2005. As with volunteer groups, our active executive members are few and our funds are limited. The centre provides us with a listing in the telephone book and allows us to utilize their telephone number in our advertising. The centre provides RENT with a service in which they take calls for our group, screen out calls that do not apply to our service, and pass on contact information for those that we may be able to help. The centre is a valuable support for volunteer organizations. With their help, RENT communicates with tenants who can benefit from the landlord and tenant information that we are able to supply. To remove funding from the centre would jeopardize an important local service and undercut the centre's ability to provide support and development of information resources that meet local needs. For years, RENT has worked with many initiatives with the centre to improve the living conditions of people in Kitchener. One particular initiative that we applaud is the centre's goal to improve tenant conditions in vulnerable neighbourhoods. That's important. Together, we have recently created a useful information resource document for tenants to guide them through formal complaint processes when dealing with rental property maintenance issues. And you have a copy, I believe, of the information sheet that we provided. To publicize this, we mailed it out to all of our RENT members in our fall 2015 RENT newsletter. RENT relies on the centre to support our work. It is our intention to continue to collaborate with them to better address ways to connect people with the supports that they need, so diverse groups can work together to shape our community. Further community development is needed within this area, and a wider range of external agencies need to work together to develop necessary knowledge, leadership, supportive relationships, and to improve the quality of life for the citizens in our area. Therefore, RENT strongly encourages the City of Kitchener to continue funding the Social Development Centre, Waterloo Region, for community information and development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Pappard. And our next delegation on this item is Martin de Groot. Welcome, Martin.
Thank you, and thanks for the invitation to be here. I just want to
reiterate what I said in an email message that I sent to all of you earlier this week, and that is to relate something of our experience when I was executive director of the Waterloo Regional Arts Council. And at one point, we were down to almost nothing, and we decided the one thing we were going to do to rebuild what had come to was build a cultural directory. And that's not an easy thing to do. And the first thing we did was connect with the Community Information Center, partly because they had the expertise and we wanted to make sure there was no overlap and all of that. So that was the beginning of a 10-year relationship, and a lot of what we were able to accomplish we owe to Trudy and her staff. It was partly sort of encouragement and making sure that everything was, and also making connections. It was the Social Planning Council that made the connection to the Community Systems Group, and from there we were able to sort of over the years build something that really hasn't been surpassed. It was a really good, complete directory of artists and arts organizations in this region. And thinking on that, and hearing about the situation here, I'm not sure I fully understand the complexities of what happened with, the shifting of the agencies and different kind of things. But I just want to raise the question is, let's just be careful we just don't throw out something that could be of ongoing value. The cultural directory information alone, that still is work that needs to be done. There may be, and there are many, many similar kinds of challenges faced by all sectors and smaller organizations, and there's no kind of organization that can do, patient, meticulous work like a grassroots organization with 50 or 40 years of experience like the Social Planning Council. So I would say just hold off, and if you need any, I'm happy to sort of look and help to see, is there value here? Is there a way to repurpose some of this for the needs of the city of Kitchener and our citizens and all of that? And that's the main point I wanted to make. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Martin. So that would be all of the delegations that I have registered for this item. So we'll go into questions of staff. Councillor Fernandez.
Yes. Not only do I have a question, but I do have a amended motion that at the appropriate time I want to bring forward, and the clerk has in her hands already. I just want to understand from staff that in reviewing the report about the 31799, the allocation, there's talk about the tier 1, and that Social Planning Council could come back and apply for a tier 1 grant. I'm not understanding why we would be taking money away from this entity when they have been doing work within the community that we as a city have not been doing as yet. So that's my first question.
Mr. May.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think the reference that Councillor Fernandez is referring to in the report is simply to say that the decision before you this evening is specifically focused on the community information services. As I put up on the screen last week, that really is where the vast majority of the Tier 1 grant goes. And so the decision before you today is focused solely on that. Should in some future year the Social Planning Council come up with a new project or a new service that they think would add value to the community, the comment in the report is that they could come back and through the Tier 1 grant application process request that additional funding.
Okay, but everything we've heard tonight, and also from Trudy last week, was that money is not just being used for that community information services, but that it actually has a broader perspective. And I think if you look at the question and answer sent, a portion that was in the blue folder, December 9th, and the second page, if you take a look at the percentages of time spent on all the different items that they do, my guess is that there's a lot more than just information services.
So through you, Mr. Chair, this would predate my time, but I believe it was back in 2010. Council provided very specific and deliberate direction to staff in terms of what the Tier 1 grant going to the Social Planning Council was supposed to be for. I have in front of me, and I can put it on the screen if you'd like it again, a copy of the signed agreement. It's been signed every single year for the past 5 years between ourselves and the Social Planning Council that, in my mind, very clearly lays out that the funding is to go to community information services.
I think it would be valuable to put it back up on the screen.
So you will see one component, which is related to the Festival of Neighborhoods, and as I mentioned last week, it is staff's recommendation to continue to provide funding for Festival of Neighborhoods.
So part of the organization's objectives, as you've listed here, is to collaborate with others in developing community which offers desirable quality of life for all citizens. So in the community information development, would that not be part of that? Wouldn't that be fulfilling some of those objectives?
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff are not passing judgment on a whole lot of work that the Social Planning Council does that may or may not be good. In fact, in my own personal opinion, I think there's good work being done there. This is a legal document signed by the Social Planning Council and the City of Kitchener. It is our grant agreement that says very specifically, here's where the city's grant should be used.
Okay.
From a staff perspective, we have no flexibility to fudge that and allow groups to focus money in different areas when council has given us very specific direction.
So if I'm to read this in exact wording as you've stated, Mr. May, this essentially is saying that over the last number of years that we've been funding the Social Planning Council, we've been doing so incorrectly?
No, not at all. We've been doing so in exact accordance to the council motion of 2010, which said fund the community information services and Festival of Neighborhoods. That's what our grant agreements have been.
Okay, and the reason that we're pulling that funding away now is because you're saying since the region has changed the mandate, I could correct me if I'm using the incorrect words, but that the region had some influence over how our funding is being addressed?
No,
to this?
so through you, Mr. Chair, I draw your attention to pages 7.2 and 7.3 of the committee package, if you have it. It's bullets 1, 2, and 3. The region entered into a competitive process last year and awarded a tender to a different organization. Through that, we are able to get access to all this data for free. If you look at points 1, 2, and 3, I think that really explains. We think that database, the region's database, meets the corporation of the City of Kitchener's needs. We also think that there are a number of other things that have happened in the past several years, and I'm talking about the province's 211 system, the city's corporate contact center, the region's corporate contact centers, both of which where you get a live voice when you place a phone call, expanded free internet access at our community centers and all of our branch libraries, a number of city staff who assist with information. The other thing is, because the region's database is free, any one of our social service agencies within the organization can pull it up at no charge to them and provide information to their clients.
Okay, so my last question to you is, if the region had not made this change, would we have continued funding the Social Planning Council?
The region's change to who was their service provider was the impetus for us to relook at this grant.
So the answer would be no.
If
If the region had not made this change, we would not have changed the funding.
the region hadn't have made this change, we would not looked as closely at this grant and came to the conclusions that we did.
Okay, thank you. I'll have comments to my motion.
Councillor Schneider?
Yes, thank you. Just one question of staff. If somebody accesses 211 Ontario from Kitchener, either by phone or online, and they're hoping to find services in our city, what information database will they access? Will they access the region database or the Social Planning Council database?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's my understanding that should somebody call 211, they will be accessing the region's database.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Yanetsky.
Yes, thank you. Mr. May, maybe you can try to clarify for me. We heard 5 presentations this evening from delegations on their request to continue with the funding. From what you've said and in the report, and I have those 3 bullet points here in front of me that you alluded to, is this going to be a duplication of services that they will be providing, that they're asking that the money continue on versus what the region has put forward?
Through you, Mr. Chair, in my mind, at a minimum, it's a duplication of databases.
I'm sorry, say it again. It's not.
In my mind, at a minimum, it's a duplication of databases. So what we're talking about here is 2 different organizations paying for and maintaining 2 separate databases. Now, to be clear, because I know the Social Planning Council would want me to be clear on this point, our grant has never gone to the database.
So if we've got 2 different databases, but those databases really have the same information and same direction to the public in terms of what their needs are or what they're looking for in terms of assistance?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I really would not be the right person to answer that question. I've looked at both databases and I would agree that that's the case, but I'm no expert in that field.
Okay. Thank you very much. No further questions.
Okay. Councillor Galloway Seelock, if I can ask you to bring in the report from committee, please.
So you want me to bring in all of number 7 at this time?
That would be correct.
Okay. So it's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Dave Snyder that number 7 from the Community Infrastructure Services Committee be approved. And that's got all of our, quickly try and summarize, it's got all of our Tier 1 grants, so Tier 2 allocations, the travel grants, as well as the numbers that we decided in committee that would be reallocated if the funds weren't to be given to the Social Planning Council. Again, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Dave Snyder.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Fernandez, you indicated you wanted to excuse me, move an amendment?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so whereas the funding of the Social Planning Council is planned to be reduced and completely phased out by December 31st, 2016, and whereas it is clear that the work that the Social Planning Council does is far more than providing community information and database, it is therefore recommended that the funding remain in the budget for the Social Planning Council as they continue the great work they do for our community by connecting citizens who may be marginalized, struggle with poverty, and look for services to assist them. This will give the Social Planning Council this next year to learn to manage the reduction in funds from the region and establish and or leverage further funding from other levels of government. This is in no way intended to stop the funding in a couple of years. I'm just sort of suggesting that the Social Planning Council will need to reevaluate some of their funding because they will not be getting something from the region anymore.
Okay, I'm wondering
I'd like
if I
to
can
speak to that when I can.
First of all, is there a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Yanetsky. And then I'm just going to ask the clerk for some guidance here. The motion that Councillor Fernandez is putting on the floor isn't really an amendment to amounts or anything. It seems to me that it's contrary to the motion that's come forward from committee, because it would essentially mean that Social Planning Council would keep all their money, which then changes everything else that's in front of us. Is that, from a clerk's perspective, an appropriate determination?
Through the mayor, if I might have a minute just to check something with Mr. May. And
Yep, please.
Through the mayor, yes, I would agree that it would be contrary to the motion that's currently on the table, as it would conflict with what was agreed upon at the committee and what the allocation is for Tier 1.
Okay, so procedurally then, Councillor Fernandez, the original motion would need to fail, and then I could come to your motion as an alternate motion. Okay. Councillor Ioannidis.
My question was going to be pertaining to Councillor Fernandez's motion, but
Okay.
since that's not being dealt with, I'm not
Right.
sure. I'll wait for comments until if that is needed.
Okay, that's fine. Councillor Gazzola.
I just want some clarification. Last week, when we dealt with this in committee, we did not vote on the Social Planning Council separately, right? It was really just part of the one major recommendation before us. There were a number of other issues that we dealt with separately, but the Social Planning Council was not one of them.
It was not dealt with separately, but you'll, insofar as mentioning them, but it said that subject to approval of the community grants Tier 1 as outlined in Appendix A of the report, and in that list was the Social Planning Council being cut, and then everything else sort of followed from there.
Okay, somehow I'm trying to get it.
Nobody asked last week.
I'm trying to
for
get
be-
it pulled out to be dealt with separately. I thought we should have dealt with it separately last week.
So I could entertain a motion to pull out Social Planning Council separately, and depending on what happens with that vote, we could deal with it separately. But it would need to, we would need to do it that way.
Well, we have two opposing views on this, so it should be dealt with separately as opposed to being buried in with the $1.6 million of all of the other grants.
That's fine. If somebody wants to,
I will move that it be pulled out and dealt with separately.
okay, that's fine. I'll do that then at the appropriate time. I'll now take comments in general. Yeah, Councillor Davey.
Sorry, I'm not having a full understanding on this then. So the motion already details where the funding from the social planning initiative is coming from. So if that gets voted down, we would need, there's no funding source is my point. So I'm not sure how we can vote on that. I can see Councillor Gazzola taking out that whole clause, but taking out one funding source, taking out one piece of it puts us in a deficit position without a funding source. So you can, if you want to take comments and think on that in the interim.
Yeah, I will do that. I'll open the floor to comments in general. Are there comments on this issue? Councillor Fernandez.
I probably should have seen the foresight last week of pulling this out separately, and I did not, and I apologize for that, making it a lot more convoluted today to put forward the motion that I want to put forward. I've had occasion to deal with the Social Planning Council previous to my term as a councillor, and I can tell you that they do far more than just what is being reiterated here. There's so much connection with the community that is done. People who are marginalized and who struggle with poverty and look for affordable housing and need those community connections feel comfortable going to the Social Planning Council. And to be respectful to our staff, there are times when they don't feel comfortable coming to our City Hall and looking for the right person to speak to. I'm concerned that the whole ball started rolling when the Social Planning Council was disqualified from tendering the regional grant in the first place. And it's ironic that Chair Sealing is sitting here today and can hear my comments on that. There are so many threads of people who need so many different things, and Social Planning Council offers all of that. I sincerely believe that we need to continue funding this entity. There is a time and a place that we may start considering doing some changes, but I think that is a partnership that we need to work with the Social Planning Council and our staff to find out how we can do that and what that's going to look like. that's essentially really all I want to say, but I really would like to see us continue funding it for the next few years, and then let's work together and let's take next steps before we are in a hurry to fund the Blues Festival and other groups from this money. Thank you.
Councillor Marsh.
Thank you. So when this goes to vote, if the Social Planning Council does not get the funding that they normally would have received, I would encourage the Social Planning Council, to use their ability to pull together all this wonderful evidence of all the work that they do. I mean, it's clear that they do a lot of great work, but that wasn't put in the, it hasn't been in the contract up until now, and to reapply next year with a more fulsome application. I mean, I agree with the delegates who came forward, and I want to take the opportunity to thank them for coming in and lending their support, and all those who wrote letters in support of the Social Planning Council. Frankly, I was surprised that there wasn't as much as I expected. I mean, there were a lot of tweets and things on the weekend asking for support, but I received one tweet about that, and we do have other ways for people to get information, not just through the Social Planning Council and not just through 211. We do have, of course, all of our community centers, the Kitchener Public Library, countless number of nonprofits that do social assistance work, social services work. We have all of our community centers, etc. So as much as I am appreciative of all the work that the Social Planning Council does, I think that it's time to build on those relationships that we are hearing are so important, and work towards finding something that can be valued in the next round of funding.
Thank you. Councillor Yanetsky.
I need some clarification as to where we are going in terms of whether the decision of the vote for the motion is supported or defeated. And I'm trying to understand that the Social Planning Council had asked for an increase up to $100,000, and staff has said no, that we're not going to do that. And the amount of appeal is $57,000 and change when I'm reading from the staff report. Are we now, if this is supported by staff, or by council in terms of the report, it's going to be reduced and they won't get how much? I'm looking for an answer.
In the report, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but in the report, the recommendation is that the Social Planning Council would be phased out over 2 years at the amount of $31,779 each year. So $31,779 in year one, and the remaining $31,779 in year two. Is that correct, Mr. May?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct. If you do have your committee report in front of you, it's in the middle of page 7-13. They would be getting a 2016 grant of $42,608, which includes the reduction Mayor Urbanovic mentioned, plus funding for Festival of Neighborhoods.
So they would get $42,608.
That's correct.
Okay, and they're appealing that, wanting an extra, to make sure they're back at the 100,000 that they wanted, right? 74,000. Oh, sorry, 330. Is that correct?
So
through you, Mr. Mayor, their full grant request for next year was $100,000.
Right.
I imagine if they had their choice, if you see where you found that 42,608, just go one to the right. They would prefer to not have that reduction of 30, or go two to the right. Sorry, 31,722.
Okay, so they're going. So if we support this, they'll get 42,600 and change.
That's correct.
this year, and then
This
next
year,
year
yeah.
they would get
Less.
They would get less. They would get 11 or whatever the other.
It's about that, yeah.
Around 11,000.
Right, okay. All right, thank you.
But would be eligible to apply for Tier 2 funding for a new purpose other than the directory. Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question to staff. Now that my concern is if this funding is approved, then the motion, the remaining Tier 1 grants that we're looking forward to increase is Kitchener Blues and then Empty Space and all that. Those would be in jeopardy.
Mr. May?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if you look at the community services report in your package, the clause under the chart is important. It says that subject to approval of the community grants Tier 1 as outlined in Appendix A. That Appendix A includes the reduction. And so essentially what committee did last week was agreed to the reduction and reallocated those funds to Festival of Neighborhoods, Blues Fest, and those other 3 items.
Okay. So essentially, if we approve this, we're actually, and then we want to approve the following, we would need to increase the tax base.
Through you, Mr. Chair, you could do that, or you could reduce the Tier 2 pot by the amount.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? So in considering things and considering how we dealt with this at committee, I would be willing to pull out Social Planning Council, deal with it separately, which is really the top line of the Tier 1 grants. So in other words, the $1,657,290. So in other words, what we would be dealing with separately is, do we reduce Social Planning Council by $31,779 each year for the next 2 years? That's fundamentally the separate issue that we'd be voting on. And then depending on the direction that comes from that will obviously impact everything else going forward. So with that, but before we go there, just so that it doesn't get missed accidentally later on, Councillor Yanetsky did note a conflict on the Kitchener Community Orchestra. And so I'm going to deal with that one first so that we don't lose it. Mr. May, before we go there?
I'm sorry to complicate it, but I want to draw council's attention to the last segment on the community grants around empty space. And you had asked for additional information on that. You received it by email today. So before you approve this whole package, you should take that motion.
I will come back to that as well. So on the empty space, the recommendation from staff was that we would fund that out of the Tier 2 funding. That's the recommendation on that. So dealing first of all with the Kitchener Community Orchestra. All those in favor? Opposed? With the noted conflict, that carries unanimously. Okay, recorded vote from here on in is fine. So the next one that we'll deal with is the Social Planning Council in general. So voting, removing, pulling them out separately, which if you want to see their funding reduced as per the recommendation and everything else follows, you would vote yes. If you don't want to see the funding reduced, you would vote no. And when we say reduced, we're talking about $31,779 this year and another $31,779 next year. And to be clear, excuse me, that would still give the organization the opportunity to apply for new Tier 2 funding in the future for other purposes other than the community information work. That I recognize there's some difference of opinion on that. So we'll deal with that first. Yes, Councillor Gazzola?
If that, after we've dealt with that, do we not have to deal separately with those other clauses?
We can do that if that's your desire.
Well, I think we have to deal with them separately here.
If you want to, yep.
I would, I think we should.
Okay, so we'll start then with the Social Planning Council. All those in favor? All those opposed? And that motion carries. So then we will, Councillor Gazzola, when you say deal with separately, I presume you're talking about each of the 1, 2, 3s later on? Okay. So I'll deal with the balance of the funding in the first paragraph of the report that we'll vote on next. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We'll now then deal with the recommended increase in 2016 to the Kitchener Festival of Neighborhoods Tier 1 grant by $10,473. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Next, we'll deal with the $12,306 increase in 2016 to the Kitchener Blues Community Grant. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And next we'll deal with the reallocation of $9,000 from Tier 1 funding to the Festival Neighborhoods Capital Grant, so that in 2016 there would be one $20,000 capital grant and one $10,000 one. And then in 2017 that would increase subject to that vote. Councillor Marsh, you wanted to... You're asking for another comment? Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
So I'm all in favor of the 19,000, or no, what would it be? It would be 20?
It would be 20 plus 10 in 2016 if you vote on this one, and then we would add the other 10, so we have two 21s in 2017.
Yeah. So because it's by lottery, you know, it sounds like there'd be like a runner-up and then a first choice, but I wonder if we want to leave it to the Festival of Neighborhoods Committee to decide on how the grant money should be divvied up this year, since if it should be 15,000 each rather than 20 and 10.
So the motion as it is right now is 20 and 10. I think the intent is that it's stepping us back up to the 20 by next year when we have the funding to do that.
Yeah.
Because if
I can just picture.
Just hear me out. Mr. May can help me here, but we increased it a year or two ago from 10 to 20 because we were finding that some groups were having a harder time funding things. But Mr. May, can you help me with that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's absolutely correct. I think the concept that you would turn it over to the organizers, the three partners of Festival of Neighborhoods, and say, take their advice on how to split up the grants is not a bad one.
So it could be even a good one? I'm
Mr.
being silly.
May?
I'm
It's a
just
fantastic idea.
Okay, thank you. So,
Okay.
regardless of what Mr. May thinks, I just, maybe we could vote on that if people want to vote on it separately. But I just would like to allocate that funding in the full amount to Festival of Neighborhoods and let them figure it out later.
Okay. Is everyone, okay, I'll take that as a friendly, actually, I need a seconder for that as an amendment. Councillor Fernandez? Okay, how about we just vote on that part of it without a recorded vote? Okay, on the amendment? So that basically, if there is an increased amount, it would be dealt with by the committee. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. So now let's recorded vote on clause 3, which is the $9,000. No problem. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We'll now go on to the second part of the clause, which was the second part of the funding, so 2017 part. Clause number 1, the second part of the Kitchener Blues Community Grant increase of $11,779 in 2017. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We'll now go to the second clause, which is the second $10,000 grant increase to the Festival of Neighborhoods capital grants. So we'll now be back at two $20,000 ones in 2017. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And now the third part of the grant, which was the reallocation of $10,000 to our city's leisure access card. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And then finally, the last clause, which is that the increase in empty space funding, and this is, sorry, Mr. May, this was for Tier 1 empty space, correct? But it would come out of Tier 2 funding, right?
So through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct, and that Tier 2 funding, should Council endorse a second recommendation around CEI funding, that Tier 2 funding will be replenished and some.
Okay. So we'll deal with that recommendation now. Yep. Questions on that part? Councillor Davey?
Sorry, I just need to clarify then. So this, if this is approved, will be entirely within budget. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Fernandez.
I think Councillor Davey asked my question, but I'm not positive. I just want to. This does not in any way impact any of the other Tier 2 community grants.
Mr. May?
So through you, Mr. Chair, we haven't allocated any Tier 2 funding yet. That'll come in the next few months. And so at the worst, what this would do is take $10,000 away from Tier 2 and move it to Tier 1. However, you do have another recommendation to move, I think it's $44,000 into Tier 2. So of course that $44,000 will more than make up for the $10,000 you would take away for empty space.
And what is our total? What was our total grants in Tier 2 last year? Can you recollect?
Well, it's here at $208,000, and it would be, a matter of a rate of inflation less than that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so everyone's clear on that? 10,000 for empty space, out of Tier 2 funding, but it's for their Tier 1 grant. All those in favor? Well, recorded vote. And that's carried unanimously. Okay, so that gets us through the grants. Thank you very much, everybody. We'll now then move on to Finance and Corporate Services Report, item number... Oh, no, we got lots of delegations first, so we're not going to do your... which is CEI, and we have 7 registered delegations. Mr. Wilmer, you wanted to start off with some opening comments?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So yes, there are a number of registered delegations here, and I know that in my role as a CEI board member, we've heard from a number of people expressing their positions and interests on this. It's quite evident that there's a number of misconceptions in the community and perhaps amongst councillors. So I wanted to make a few things clear before you hear from the delegations. One is that with respect to the funding formerly referred to as arts sustainability, and that amount is $44,000 for 2016. The resolution that's before council now, and the first part of it, is that be reallocated to small and mid-sized, for emerging small or mid-sized arts and cultural organizations through the Tier 2 grant process in 2016. So I think it's what most people in the arts community are looking for, is for that money to be invested in the arts organizations. That's really not something that needs to be debated. That is what staff recommended, it's what committee recommended, and it's what's before council. The second thing is that the funding source for CEI's operating funding, so that amount is roughly $46,000 recommended for 2016. The funding source of that is not an arts and culture fund. It's the economic development operating budget. So if that amount is reduced or eliminated, it doesn't necessarily go into arts and culture. It goes back to economic development or to reduce taxes overall. So I just wanted to make that clear as well. And then finally, an update that earlier today, the City of Waterloo did approve operating funding for CEI in 2016 as recommended by staff and by their committee last week.
Okay, thank you for that. Is this questions of staff? Yes. Councillor Singh?
Yes, Mr. Wilmer, on the last note that the City of Waterloo did pass as recommended, can you remind us what that motion of recommendation was?
Through the Mayor, I believe it's $33,000.
And that was what was requested?
Yes.
So there was no reduction?
That's right.
I thought, so, and that's the same as what was passed through committee, because I thought there was a reduction through committee.
Well, I think that there was, like we had 2 different sources of funding, they also had 2 different sources of funding. So there was another $12,000 of arts and culture sustainability funding. But as recommended in the Birdsell report, which both councils dealt with a couple of months ago, that report recommended that we no longer invest through CEI into small and emerging arts and culture organizations, but do it directly through our grants process.
Sorry to belabor the point, are you aware in 2014 or 15, is the same funding, 33,000, and that's consistent into 2016 towards the operating?
No, I cannot confirm that. I know Roger Farwell will be speaking as a delegation leader. I expect he likely can.
Thank you.
Okay, since we're not taking questions of delegations, perhaps I'll just ask that question now. Mr. Farwell, was the Waterloo amount that you received for next year the same as what you're going to get? Sorry, the amount that you're going to get for next year the same as you've gotten over the last several years? That is correct. Okay, thank you. Councillor Fernandez.
Yeah, I just I have a question of staff regarding that, the funding for the Tier 2 grants for small and mid-sized organizations. Did we name any organizations in that?
Mr. Wilmer?
Through the Mayor, I'm not sure I understand the question. Are you saying in the recommendation from committee last week to council tonight?
yes, I'm looking to see if there was anything, but I don't see anything, but I'm wondering if there was some understanding that they would go to certain arts organizations like the Kitchener Art Gallery or the museum or...
No, it's the first paragraph of Clause 3 in Finance Committee, so 44,000.
Yep.
Yeah, it doesn't name any specific organizations.
Okay, and that would all come to us through the Tier 2 grant process in a few months?
That is correct.
Okay,
And
perfect.
all the different community groups can apply for it and so on.
Yeah, okay, that's good. I just wanted to make sure I understood
Yep.
that. Thank
Okay, so with that, we'll start with our delegations, and our first delegation is Terre Chartrand. Welcome, Terre.
My goodness. So this, what Mr. Wilmer said, changes what I'm talking about tonight. I'm still going to go forward with some of these things because I think they're still relevant. I'm very pleased to hear that the funding for the CEI is no longer out of arts budgets. But first, I would like to draw attention to the presentation on the screen. During the CEI presentation, the arts community were dismayed that the presentation showcased art from outside the region as an example of what could exist here. When I asked artists for the use of images, which there's a really good policy around image use for what gets put on the screen, I received over 300 photographs of events, art, and packed out crowds gathered to partake in art in Waterloo Region. I couldn't put them all into a single presentation, so what will be on the screen is just a very small section of what I got. Thank you, councillors, for allowing me and my colleagues to come and speak in front of you this evening. So I want to start by saying that I have a lot of respect for both Debbie Curry and Roger Farwell for what they've done and what they've been attempting to do here. So, like I said, I kind of have to edit this on the fly. I suppose I'm going to make this presentation more about the three things that over a series of consultations over the last 2 years that the arts have indicated that they've needed. That don't align with the two items that the CEI would like to carry forward. But so one of the things is private sector funding. We haven't received private sector funding through the CEI, and this is not resolved in their two items that they're presenting and going forward. The other is space, and this again is something that has become of an increasingly dire need. I was here last week when my colleague Majdi Boumatar presented on behalf of the Empty Space and how theatre has no home in Waterloo Region at this point. Visual arts, music, theatre, inter-arts, and digital arts have no home in Waterloo Region. And the current mandate doesn't resolve any of this.
It's okay, take your time.
Thank you.
We'll work with you since I know there's some misunderstandings possibly.
Yeah. And the third place where we really need funding or help to make arts thrive in Waterloo Region is in sustainability and innovation. So I'm just going to jump ahead in this. So when it comes to the other two initiatives about building placemaking, I'm sure you'll hear from some of my colleagues tonight that there's another organization in town that does placemaking for the arts. It's called Kafka. And it's been an organization primarily working out of the city of Kitchener, but also in other places within the region. So if we build an initiative that creates placemaking, who does this get handed off to in the end? Do they have to follow rules? Do they have to follow a model that they haven't built? Do they take on something that they had no hand or little hand in making? And then the website, Grand Social is going to take a lot more than $15,000 to fix in 1 year. I've been working in tech for the better part of 20 years, and I can say that right off. I think I'm done. That captures the essence of what I had left after hearing this. So I thank you for your time this evening. Merry Christmas.
Okay.
Happy holidays.
Thanks a lot, Chair. Next up is Gordon Hack. Welcome, Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. It's been a lot of talk, a lot of emotional talk in the last couple of weeks around the CEI, and I felt obliged to come tonight, even though I'm taking no pleasure in doing this. I was asked almost 3 years ago to speak on behalf of the CEI here at Council by Heather Sinclair, then CEO. And I was in touch with Heather a lot in those days. There was a lot of back and forth. There was a lot of optimism about what the CEI could do for the community, what the needs were for the community. I know there were a lot of people in the community who said, this is a waste of money, this is just a layer of bureaucracy that's going to get in the way, and it's going to siphon off money from arts organizations. I said, well, let's give it a chance. And I worked with Heather. I worked with, we did a strategic planning session with Open Ears and Empty Space around timing our festivals, working those together. Heather organized, she brought Laurie Wilcox from Toronto, Three Guineas, to talk about sponsorship, and I was really impressed with the ability, the knowledge that Laurie Wilcox brought, and I thought, this is really something that we can really use. There are all sorts of issues of scale. You know, can you take the model of the Toronto International Film Festival, their sponsorship model, and can you bring it to the Waterloo region, and can you apply it to smaller organizations like Kafka or Open Ears or Empty Space? You know, do we have the ability to put a Lexus out in front of the City Hall on a rotating turntable and, you know, earn big sponsorship bucks for that? I don't think so. But anyway, I was optimistic at the time, and when Heather asked me if I'd come and speak on behalf of the CEI, I said sure, yeah, because I thought that was a good thing. We received some money. We received $10,000 to hire some students to do some development fund work, to basically do research, work on databases for us. And in 2013, we received some money for our interim off-year event, Kafka at the Walper, which we did in tandem with Open Ears, called Between the Ears, I believe the name of that festival was. So it was about $5,000. We shared the costs of an advertisement in the record, and we printed a program together. And then the CEI just kind of went off the rails. I don't know what happened. There was a lot of work during the year, beginning December 2012. We started to have round tables about like a night, cultural night, like an art walk, a super crawl, or something like that. And we had these round tables, and they were chaotic because every time you come to the round table, there'd be a different group of people. And I remember it was Sylvia DiDonato here finally sort of brought it together, and she said, we'll create a steering group, and she brought in Charlene Leduc, and before you knew it, we had a pretty great event on the summer solstice. But I couldn't believe that the CEI was not there for any of it. They were listed on all the emails. They didn't show up. I thought this was an ideal opportunity for the CEI to show some real leadership in the community at a time we needed someone to kind of bring us together. And they weren't there. So that was disappointing. And as we were kind of trying to get together for our 2014 biennial, I remember Heather saying to me, well, it's all about 2016. And I said, Heather, I don't know if we're going to last till 2016. We have real money problems. And they weren't there again. So I hear my bell. I had high hopes. I'm an optimistic person. And I think if you work in the arts, you're eternally optimistic that there's going to be some support down the road. But I think it's time for the CEI to fold its tent because it really hasn't been involved in the arts community in a really significant way in the last couple of years. So, sorry, Roger, Debbie, and Cheryl. I know you guys put a lot of work into it, but it's not working. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Gordon. Next up is Janice Lee. Welcome, Janice.
Hello, Council. My name is Janice Lee. I am a full-time artist in Kitchener-Waterloo for the past 2 years, recently emerged. This year I was festival director for Rainbow Reels Queer and Trans Film Festival, 15 years running out of WPERG at UW, a small festival. I directed At the Root Grassroots Folk Festival, which employed 10 local grassroots musicians. And I also run the KW Poetry Slam since 2011, and we do all of the spoken word programming in KW. Also, I'm the artist in residence for Kitchener 2015. Whoa. So I'm here to speak about my experiences as an artist in the region and how difficult it is to fight for the scraps that we are given. So when we started At the Root Festival, myself and Richard Garvey, my colleague, we applied to Arts Fund of Waterloo Region 3 times and were rejected. And each time Martin de Groot helped us because had been on the board for many years, and for some reason we still got rejected. So I talked to Debbie Curry from CEI, and we met many times to see how CEI could support us. I think we talked for at least 2 months, and then the week of our festival, CEI gave us $3,000. Our budget was like $8,000, and we were able to pay musicians like $100 each. But it was frustrating for us since we had been in conversation for a long time, and it seemed to me like there was a lot of work that the staff were doing and didn't have time to actually address my festival, and it kind of was last minute that we were funded. And to give context with just all the different arts funding that is available, for myself as an independent artist, working with Arts Fund of Waterloo Region recently has been really frustrating. Kitchener-Waterloo Poetry Slam has been funded over the past couple of years, and this year they rejected our funding and said it was because of a formatting error, which is not true. And then my album application was rejected, and I was told I was ineligible when my last album was funded. So when I asked staff and the chair why it was ineligible, they said they couldn't answer that question because all of the jurors are volunteers, and so they don't ask them to do extra work. And then when I asked the staff if I could have a copy of the minutes, they told me they don't take minutes during the jury, and so there's no notes on how they made the decision process. Now come to Tier 2. KW Poetry Slam has been funded by Tier 2 since the beginning in 2011. We've consistently received $3,000 to run a year of funding. Last year I asked for $8,000 so we could pay our organizers for 5 hours a week. So I was asking for $5,000 extra. We were rejected, and in my letter I was told that we should instead raise our ticket prices. This year I was artist in residence for the city of Kitchener, and it seems like there's a lot of people perceive that I'm really successful, but never living in this region have I been able to make a living above the poverty line. And this was the year I really considered quitting and moving out of Kitchener. And if I stopped doing any of the organizing I do with KW Poetry Slam, there would straight up be no more spoken word programming in this city. And I do all of that organizing as a volunteer. The arts community, we've all showed up, we're all here, right? I mean, the arts community and programming is run by artists, organizers, entrepreneurs. We talk about the tech industry a lot, but artists are artist entrepreneurs. We are making something out of nothing and providing it to this community. And now here we are like fighting for scraps, like taking money from tier 2 to tier 1, whatever. And like maybe if this funding from CEI goes to tier 2, that's great, that we'll still have that money. But overall, I would like to see the city and all the region like actually just take out all of these bureaucratic institutions that stop us from doing our work. It's just another meeting that I have to attend to get money that's going to go straight to artists. Put more money to tier 2, put more money to Arts Fund, and make the money more, give it straight to the artists who are doing the work and not wasting time in an office and paying for office space. Because we can make it happen. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Janice. Folks, I just want to remind people there isn't any applause allowed in the council chamber, so thank you for that. Duncan Finnegan. Welcome, Duncan.
Hey, hi. Hi, Council. So, what am I here to talk about tonight? Well, economical development, right? Isn't closing or running CEI for another year not economical? And you don't really want to develop it, so that money, I don't really know where it's going, you know? To run something for another year. Anyway, I wasn't here to talk about it. I was going to tell you about my Friday night. I had a really good night out, right? I went to see Janice Lee present her work from the year, and I kind of thought, you know, the money that she's allocated for artists in residence is just really isn't enough for her to survive, right? So there's money there. There's money, well, if you run that programme as artists in residence, 5 people running for the Kitchener City, then you could have so much more work from one pocket of money. I'm a filmmaker. I make films. And if people really looked at filmmaking as a serious, viable venture within a city, there's a lot of tax implications that go with that. So if you talk to the OMDC, right, any tax dollar that's spent on anyone who works in a film in Ontario, you get 35% back if you live in the GTA. If you live outside the GTA, like Kitchener, we're 100 kilometres west of the GTA, that goes up another 10%, that's 45% tax back on any money that you spend on labour. Anyway, so I started a group called the 12 Angry Filmmakers, and we made 12 short films, and those 12 short films are currently going around the world, and they're all made in Kitchener. So Kitchener has been represented everywhere. And those 12 films are currently on out there on that shelf for 2 years. That's great. It's awesome. Did we get funding for that? Yes, we got some funding from the Arts Fund. We got $8,000. That's awesome. But there is not enough money in the Arts Fund. It's too general. It's not specific enough. So if there was any kind of other funding that can go into specific mediums like filmmaking or music, that would be awesome. There isn't. What else was I going to talk about? I'm working on a project just now called Kitchener Sync, and some of you people here went to come and see it on Friday night. And we're currently working with a budget of $4,700 per month. I'm giving people somewhat of a wage to create a show, a sitcom. What does that matter? Well, we're actually representing most of the people in this community. 95% of the people who work on this project are from Kitchener and Waterloo. 5% are from Toronto. Yeah, so and out of that money, we spend $1,200 on food downtown per month. It's not a lot, but it's what we have. And yes, what else was I going to say about that? Is none of that's been supported. That's just donations. I've been chapping doors and asking privately. And guess what? I am an artist, right? And people say to me, why do you ask for money? Because we actually work with money. We have to pay bills. I go to a grocery store and say, can I have this loaf of bread? I'm not going to pay for it, but I'm going to eat it. Right? So I have to use money to pay for that. It just so happens. So none of this has been funded by CEI. None of it. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Duncan. Next up is Robert Lindsley. Welcome, Robert.
Thank you. I am an artist here in Kitchener. I'm a former professor of fine arts at UW, and I currently work with a startup at Communitech, although that has no bearing on what I'm talking about tonight. Now, I guess I've assumed that other delegations would express the outrage that many people in the art community feel about the last year of funding going to CEI, that it isn't really clear that that money is going to any valuable cause. It doesn't appear that way anyway. Whether it comes from economic development or it comes from arts, it's why do we need to spend that money in the last year? That's the question, and my colleagues have not raised that point as forcefully as I would have wished. Now, let me just say, all the technology companies receive subsidies and grants. But what's different between arts and the business sector is that with art, we kind of expect that the grants are going to go on forever. And that's not a very good funding model. I think we can borrow the forms and the structures of the tech community, we can apply them to fine arts, and we can build sustainable art institutions that bring money and jobs into the community. I think it can be done. And I think that's what CEI was supposed to strive for. Now, the reason I think we can do this is because I'm a visual artist. I know nothing about performing arts. I only have one narrow area of interest. Performing arts work on a revenue model that relies on ticket sales, and success is measured in attendance figures. In the visual arts, revenue comes from sales of products that are made, and success is measured by prices achieved. And in the international art world, there's no upper limit to prices. And artworks are not necessarily little paintings made by single individuals in small studios. They may actually be made by high-tech processes in factories, in exactly the kind of production that we specialize in Kitchener. So I think that the failure in Kitchener-Waterloo, is that we're not ambitious enough, and we work on a consumption model. We work on the idea that the arts are an embellishment of life through concerts, festivals, events, galleries. We expect that people are going to go and consume culture, usually culture that comes from outside. Far more ambitious model is a production model. We should make art here and export it to the world. And I think what we can do, if we borrow from the tech companies, is we can bring the best people here, we can manufacture art here, and we can sell it internationally for high prices, and on that basis we can build sustainable arts institutions. Now, this is only one idea. This is one idea, but this is the kind of idea that I think that the CEI money should go to sponsor and support. And I'm asking Council, since you're giving CEI this last year's funding, you should mandate to them, and I suggest this, 5 tranches of $15,000 each to go to 5 possible projects that will come from the arts community, from the grassroots, to research and develop creative new models for sustaining arts in the region. In other words, not for a project for Kafka or a project for Empty Space, but rather for new ideas, new creative thinking. In other words, creative enterprise, that's fine, but what about creative initiatives? This is what I think that the CEI money should go for, and mine is one, and I would be happy to compete with other people to apply for some money to do research, prepare a business plan, investigate funding, etc., etc. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lindsley. Next up, we have Martin de Groot again. Welcome back, Martin.
Thank you. What was said earlier colors what I was going to say a bit too, but I think I'm going to say it anyway, as, if nothing else, a fantasy suggestion, because I wanted to introduce a slightly different perspective and raise the possibility that there might be a chance to make a symbolic gesture here that could help alleviate what's become a very tense situation. And the first thing I was going to propose is that looking at the new strategy and look at that as if it was a standalone grant application. That application would include 2 deliverables. First, doing whatever needs to be done to make the Grand Social Portal function. And second, launching a new digital arts-focused region-wide placemaking program. And then since then, we were first introduced to this, there's been an addendum to all that because we've learned that on reflection, the CEI board reached the conclusion that if it's just these 2 elements, there's no need for a freestanding organization. So before the year is out, CEI will pass the torch to 1 or more organizations and then cease operation. And I think, especially in the light of this new information, really both these proposals, if it was done in a normal grant making, would not be considered ready for funding. In terms of Grand Social, it's by no means certain that it's salvageable. And if someone could convincingly show that it is not beyond remedy, whatever modifications need to be done should be done after a new organization takes charge, not before. And the same applies to the placemaking initiative. First see who's going to lead this, and then start developing. And that proposal has an even more fundamental flaw in that it's not really a proposal at all. If you look at it, it's just an idea. It's not even a full worked out concept. And any granting body that I've ever been part of, we do see those kind of applications, but we always say, we don't fund ideas. You have to develop this further. You have to develop the steps, who's going to run it, and all of that kind of thing. So no granting body, no investor, no donor, no sponsor will ever support just a notion. So I think as if it was an ordinary application, it would probably get rejected, and I was thinking that maybe that would be a good thing because it allows for the possibility of deferring deciding what resources are going to be required for a time. And the other problem I have with the scale, unlike some of my colleagues, I think actually that too much has been dropped from that original agenda that was set, the goals, the aspirations in those heady days in 2009, 2010, when this thing was rolled out, and we were all excited, and the municipalities came on board with $1 per capita funding and all of that. I agree with what Roger Farwell said in earlier pronouncements. The barn is not yet built. There's still a lot of work to be done. And all those needs and all those possibilities that were identified back then are still necessary, and they're still possible. And if we all do our part, and if we fully consider what's to be done, it may result in 5 or 6 entities taking on various pieces, not just 2 for these very dubious things that it's all reduced to. Now, I also want to say that if anyone, I think everyone has to agree that there's one constituency that has really been hard done by in all of this. It's the arts and culture community beyond the big 5. First of all, this constituency has barely been consulted, never been fully informed of what was supposed to be taking place. There was talk about barn building, but it wasn't real Waterloo County type barn building. It was not let's build a barn together, but look at this beautiful barn that we're building for you. That's the kind of approach that was taken. And then gradually now in retrospect, because we didn't know it at first, we learned about the $1 per capita all going to the 5 pillar organizations in both Kitchener and and that's going to remain in place. But with this new plan, anything to do with that rest of that sector is being dropped completely. So what I was going to suggest is something that might go a long ways to. I was going to urge
Martin, if I
the
can just
CEI.
ask you to wrap up, please.
Yes. the CI Board of Directors to actually withdraw their request for funding from all the cities and from the region, and that adds up to $300,000, and find a way to dedicate it for investment in the development of the arts and culture sector beyond the Big Five. And that be treated as the beginning of funding that balances in some ways what the pillar organizations have been enjoying for 5 or 6 years. I'm not suggesting that the whole CEI board be left high and dry. They can start by defining the transition, recognizing who's going to pass on the torch to, putting some flesh on the placemaking proposal, and none of those things at this stage require money. They require work and input, public input.
Martin, I have to ask you to wrap up.
Okay.
Please. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much, sir, for coming in and sharing your thoughts. And last on the list is Roger Farwell. Welcome, Roger.
Thank you. So obviously a very difficult discussion. I can clearly identify with the frustration and sort of even the anger that is sometimes present. I think Tara brings it forward, and I think on behalf of the CEI board, one of the things that we said to you very clearly in all of the presentations that we've made to date is that the small to mid-sized organizations and emerging work is woefully underfunded. We've had that conversation. It's been part of our life for the last number of years. But I do want to make sure that we don't forget that the advent and the lobby that took place as a result of the Prosperity Council's task forces did result in a call to action and has amplified the conversation around arts and culture more than it has for more than a decade, and that there is, better than $5 or $6 million going into that sector each and every year. And we did say in September of 2009 that we have to imagine what we look like in 10 years from now, and we're only 3 years into this journey, and learning is a big part of it. In fact, Michael Litt did me a favor and encapsulated it. He said, learning, or sort of failure, if he said, and is learning by suggestion. And for him and those that are in that innovation cluster, wear it on their sleeves as a badge of honor. That's what we need to do here. And so I want to make sure that I clear up a couple of things that might have been still at question. As has been mentioned, CEI has been at work with people that presented here tonight, certainly with Kafka, with Janice, with Duncan doing film work for us on, as most recently, is the Music Accelerator Center. And certainly Martin and I have had conversations over the years about where all of this goes. The failure that we need to recognize and admit is that 94% of the dollar per capita funding went to major orgs, and only 6% found its way to small to mid-sized orgs. There's a flaw. That's what's causing a lot of the angst. What I want to have you know is that at the same time, we've reviewed the numbers that CEI handled and what it leveraged. And you should know that it invested directly in artists, or either for service or in projects with them, $425,284. And in addition to that, did all of the programming and background work that was the mandate of the Prosperity Council's task force. I clearly would have thought that things might have gone in a different direction with the handling of funds, and therefore an additional ability to leverage more and invest more, but that simply didn't happen. The story's not all bad. There are any number of people who are not here tonight who we've worked with on an ongoing basis, not to mention least of which is also the support that we gave to maintaining the Arts Awards. But if we look at the letters that you might have seen come from Richard Burrows at the Open Ears Festival, or the work that is going on continuously with the collaboration between Numis Open Ears and InterArts Matrix, where we have a person resident in our office working on that collaboration. And Cheryl here, who's been an active person in the cluster for some time. And we look at the Koi Music Festival, multi-year works with Kultruna and Neruda, work we're doing with KWMP, the musical productions with assets and management that they want. The run we took at the Music Accelerator program, a $150,000 project that also launched a label, and so on. We would list in that $425,000, plus the work we did in the background, considerable impact, and we should be very proud of that. That's what we have to take strength from and go forward with. And to that end, I think the good work that's been done is, as a result, even though the ground shifted underneath us, The Birdsall report now consolidates how the funding programs will be run, where you go to get that money, collaboration amongst the funders to do that, and service agreements that will be attached so we see the kind of outcomes and productivity that we want. That's a really good thing. So we didn't quite get to it by virtue of CEI handling the funding and leverage it, but we sorted it. And with respect to Robert's comment, why are we doing what we're doing? Why are the two priorities in front of you? Simply because that was the other piece of research that was done. The overlap report canvassed the entire community and a number of, across many sectors, and said, here are the things that the community are saying. And so on an economic development standpoint, there are two mandates, two priorities that the board have set for us to continue. Those are the two that are in front of you, and you know them well. And that, the reason for doing them is because the community wants them done, and they provide avenues, especially in priority number 2, for artistic content to be developed, produced, and uploaded. So that's clearly where we're at, and we and I, on behalf of the board, and all the volunteers, by the way, who have dedicated advocacy beyond belief for all of these years, would ask you to continue to support the report that came out of the committee.
Okay, Roger, thank you very much. We'll now move on to questions of staff. Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Mayor Verbanovic. My question is pertaining to a lot of questions were asked by the delegations, and in particular a space that's for local artists to, congregate and collaborate. And I noticed that there's a lot of artists in the gallery tonight, and they all seem to nod that there's a need for a space. So I just wanted to ask Mr. Regier, is that something that we're looking at?
Mr. Regier?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Verbanovic, we actually heard that. We've heard that consistently over the course of the development of Make It Kitchener, our new economic development strategy. We've identified the need for an arts hub in the strategy, and we're doing some work to figure out how to deliver on that. I think there was at one time some incubation space that was provided by CEI through a donation of space by a developer. I don't think that's operational any longer. I could be wrong.
They've taken it back. I mean, we had
it. Well, yeah, but so we know that that's a gap in the community.
Okay. Some of the folks in the audience too, as well, that they had referenced film and music. Is that something that we're looking at as well?
Yes, we've built attention to the film and music clusters into our economic development strategy as well. We've been working diligently over the last 5 years through the Music Works program. Our Arts and Culture division has been pulled into economic development because we understand that artists are entrepreneurs, that they're business people, and that they need to earn a living. And that they operate in a cluster in an economic context. So we've identified that in our economic development strategy, and it will provide us some direction to support them moving forward.
Okay. One of the other questions, as the folks in the audience or in the delegations were asking, in particular with more funding, is there anything in the works with that as well?
For more funding?
Yes.
I'm drawing a blank on that now, but certainly, as was identified by everybody here and Roger and the CEI organization, that the funding for the arts has been a chronic challenge for many years, and it was the original purpose for CEI to be formed. So we're well aware that that's a challenge, and that it's difficult to sustain professional life here as an artist.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Regier.
Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I have a question of one of the delegates. Can I ask that? Or?
We said we were going to just, you recall we agreed we were going to focus on staff questions and not delegation questions.
I'll forego my staff question for one delegate question.
Sorry?
I'll forgo my staff question for one delegate. Something, a lot has been said by delegates, and I would like to ask one simple question.
Okay, I mean, that was what we agreed to earlier, Councillor Gazzola, and you agreed to it as well. Let's get through the staff questions.
I actually thought when we were doing all this agreeing that it was one question. I didn't see the specific one question to staff or one. I thought it was one question.
Okay. I'll come back to you. Councillor Fernandez?
Yes. Mr. Regier, help me understand. We have this music studio that we are partnering with the college. Is that correct?
Mr. Regier?
Are you referring to 44 Gaukel with Conestoga College's School of Media and Design?
Yes, yes.
That's a location leased to Conestoga College to provide a space for students to interact with startups in digital media. And one component of that was an education program in music production. And the school has been operating that program for a year or more now.
Is that space used 100% of the time, 7 days a week?
No, certainly not.
Is there a way that we can, we heard last week and we heard again this week, is there ways that we can partner with those kind of entities, as well as places like the Conrad Center and the smaller studio at the center in the square, to open up some opportunities for these artist groups for performance and music and whatever other facilities that they could require? I mean, I think outside of adding additional cost to the taxpayer's base, which is a little bit what I'm worried you may be talking about when you were saying, we're looking into this, why not use what we already have and open that up? Is there ways we can do that?
Yeah, well, it's certainly worth a look, I'm just thinking out loud here right now, but we do know that Conestoga College has a plan for the deployment of the main floor, and it's working in partnership with other organizations, including Laurier on the main floor. There may be flexibility in that model, so it's well worth having that conversation with them and looking at the options. So I'll take that, and we'll do wrap some time around that.
Okay. I mean, I don't want to make it a formal motion or recommendation, but is there an opportunity maybe in the new year for you to come back and see how those investigations happened and what, have a conversation, even a strategic session if need be, about that kind of stuff?
Absolutely. We'd be happy to bring that conversation back to Council.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Singh?
Thank you. Kind of carrying on with that line of thinking, I'm surprised some of the focus has been about, and it's an important discussion about available space. When we look at our community partners that could possibly be leveraged to make that space available for arts community, in many cases we have to go in as an equal partner to encourage it. Is it not? I guess that's for Mr. Regier.
I think that's fair to say. I mean, I will say that people have referred to the Conrad Center and to the studio space at Center in the Square. But I mean, the Conrad Center is not owned by the city, and we don't provide funding for its operations, so it's controlled under a different framework. And there are challenges with the studio space at Center in the Square. So it is important for us to be on an equal footing with other partners when we build a project.
Right. The only reason I brought this up is because we're focusing the discussion about the space, and matter is that's the paramount point, that monies are going to be needed, and some of that money is going to CEI when it could be leveraged in a different format. Another question I had was, I think you said this, Mr. Regier, that the funding to the arts, so small to mid-tier organization, has been a serious challenge. This was a serious challenge in 2009, initiation of CEI organization, and then, of course, once it got funding from the municipalities as well, carrying forward 2011. Is it fair to say that that serious challenge still exists?
Certainly.
Okay, all right. I'll make my comments out.
Okay. Councillor Gazzola, I said I would come back to you.
Are you going to allow me to ask Mr. Farwell a question?
I'll let you ask one question. Trying to be accommodating.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Now, Mr. Farwell, when Mr. DeGroot was up, I like what he was saying about going forward. He has a vision for where we should be going forward, and that was sort of the vision that I sort of had over the years. Your plan for going forward, how close is it to what Mr. DeGroot was speaking of?
Sorry, how close is it?
To what the plan that Mr. DeGroot spoke about going forward.
So, Councillor, I don't think I'm understanding the question.
Mr. DeGroot talked about where we're going to go forward with this whole plan. Like, where does your vision go? Where, if I can just elaborate on it, you said yourself 95% of our funding went in to the Big Four, the Big Five.
Correct.
So we're left with the others that needed. We asked about that. You heard thundering silence when we asked about more funding. So how does your plan deal with this?
So there's a couple of things. One is, I think, by virtue of the collaboration that you will do amongst yourselves and with the other municipalities in the funding model that the Birdsall report establishes, you'll look at ways and means to augment that process. And I think if the per capita program is still in place, then as population increases, so will that fund. I mean, the one thing that happened along the way was that when we began to make a case that no funding was going to small to mid-sized and emerging orgs, starting in 2011, the funding models of the funding to the major orgs was kind of annualized at that amount, and all of the additional funds that became available then found its way to small to mid-sized organizations. That should continue, and I think that you should find every opportunity to, where you can, look for opportunities to increase that budget. Now, from the standpoint of how we're going forward, the one thing that, and you know, Grand Social is not perfect. It's got its own structural problems. It is a process that we're in to take it apart and reconstruct it, and that's the work ahead of us. We do believe, and we do have anecdotal evidence from some of our other partners, the registry and so on, that it has produced audience, that there is returns on the work that's being done there. And it is meant to have been a development and promotion. I mean, if you go back to the development and promotional body thing, it's meant to be a tool that continues to assist the creative cluster in development and promotion and audience development in ways that they can afford to do it. So that, I think, will still provide opportunities. And the other priority number 2, which is a collaboration across sectors to produce you know, creative work like a sort of cultural infrastructure that I mentioned, will provide paid-for opportunities for creative content to be developed and worked into those projects. So there will be, I think, in our view, a remuneration and opportunities provided to artists in many facets to upload to those projects or play a part of them. So if you look at the Calgary sort of model of the Cultural Development Office, that's exactly how it happens. Projects are established, artists apply for them, and then they're funded out of those projects. So we're intending to make that work as well. We do see, and at least the information we have right now, that because of the impact on the outbound side of that, from an economic development standpoint, we will continue to enlist the private sector to participate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. Okay, so I will now then go to, I guess would be Mr. Davey, Councillor Davey, to bring forward the recommendation.
Thank you. Yes, it's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Marsh that item 3 of the Finance and Corporate Services Committee on December 7th be approved.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Etherington.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, some comments and an amendment to that motion. I believe the clerk already has my amendment. Am I free to make a few comments?
Well, what I would suggest is you move your amendment. If there's a seconder, Councillor Singh is seconding it.
Do you want me to read it, Mr. Mayor?
Sure.
Okay, the amendment reads that the $46,805 operating grant to CEI be reduced to $16,805, that the remaining $30,000 be added to the $44,000 art sustainability grant for small or mid-sized art cultural groups. That makes a total of $74,000 and allocated to the 2016 Tier 2 grant process as outlined in our report CAO 15038. Now the amendment also says that the $30,000 also be considered as a potential funding source for the group or groups that take over any arts culture responsibilities after CEI is phased out. And finally, that CEI be urged to complete that phase out before February 29th, 2016, and reinvest what is left of its budget for 2016, which is $317,205, to reinvest that in the Waterloo Region Arts Fund or the same organizations that assume any CEI responsibilities. And I have some comments on that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, the amendment has been moved and seconded, and I will accept it. I will just note, though, that I believe your figures in the fourth bullet really wouldn't be accurate, because if we reduced our operating grant and assuming everyone else reduced theirs proportionately, the $317,000 budget, in fact, wouldn't exist, because it's contingent on each of the grants from the various municipalities in final one-time funding. So just so that you and everyone else are clear on that.
Just strike that one out, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Or strike the number out. Can I make my comments now? Or?
Yep, go ahead.
In Kitchener, the average artist lives below the poverty line, as we've been hearing, earning $25,000 to $30,000 a year, if they're lucky. During 2016, Creative Enterprise Initiative, an institution formed to help that community, has a budget of $317,205 that it plans to spend phasing out what has been a failed experiment. Out of that budget, CEI proposes to use about $260,000 in 2016 to employ 6 staff members and various writers. Since it was created in 2010, CEI has spent about $1 million of taxpayer money. $450,000 of that cash came from Kitchener. Recently, CEI spent an additional $54,000 on a consultant report to determine its strategic priorities as it goes out of business. Now, look at those amounts of money and consider the word used earlier was consider the scraps we have heard about tonight. And imagine for a moment how many local artists and small arts culture groups could have benefited from that money, could continue to benefit from that money. For that reason, I repeat a question asked in a Kitchener newspaper editorial last week. When CEI is taking a year to phase itself out of business, why are local councillors continuing to throw good money after bad? I think that's a really good question. I agree with those in our community who say we should immediately stop this financial hemorrhaging now and not wait another year, a whole year, to dismantle CEI. Something that, in my opinion, could be done in a matter of weeks or months. I would also remind councillors around this table that after we refused last week to reduce the CEI grant for $45,800, I thought, the media obviously thought, that Waterloo Council cut its $45,000 grant to CEI by $12,000. Now, I should say that that's where we start sinking slowly into the swamp of CEI baffle-gab and vagueness. I'm confused on that. I'm sure everyone else is confused, including the media. Regional councillors then, a few days later, agreed to give CEI another $141,000. And it's interesting to note that our staff estimate that Kitchener taxpayers, like me, like you in the gallery, pay 49% of the regional tax levy. Closer to home, I would also point out to those Kitchener councillors, again around this table, who continue to support CEI, include those who, in the past, have very loudly and very unsuccessfully requested detailed CEI business plans along with demands for greater transparency and accountability. And I asked and was refused by CEI a request to allow a councillor to sit on its board. I'll end here, Mr. Chair. Because I care deeply about health and vibrancy of arts and culture in our city and its outstanding value to our community, I, for one, can no longer provide CEI with more hard-earned taxpayer dollars. So, Mr. Chair, I got the amendment, as you see on the screen before us, and I would request council support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Etherington. I will, as I said, I've accepted your motion. I will remind you and other members of council, though, that when we're speaking about delegations and so on, in many cases we're talking about volunteers, that we try to keep our comments, and I understand we all get passionate on different sides of the issue, but that we keep our comments respectful. You know, I think we started crossing the line a little bit there with comments like baffle gab and so on. The other point that I would make is I think something needs to be corrected, and that's my understanding is that the overlap report was not paid out of municipal dollars, but in fact was paid out of private sector partners, and a simple, I guess, nod or shaking of the head would confirm it was paid for by private sector dollars. So thank you for that. Councillor Singh, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Early in the day, I just a brief conversation with Councillor Etherington, and he had mentioned his intention of the motion that he's presented before us. And at that point, I looked at it and I thought, you know what, it's you know, I liked the direction that he was heading, but it seemed a little aggressive approach. My comments to him was that we need to continue on being supportive of an organization that you know we took leadership in supporting in its final leg, but perhaps we can, out of you know, encouragement, reduce the requested amount, because I think the same mandate that they're outlining for 2016 can be done with less. But that was before what I heard today, and I really wish the same organizations that came, the delegations that came today, that they had come before this council much sooner. Because in my mind, the perception was quite different. Just for the benefit of council, I'll quickly recap just some of the things that resonated in my mind and jumped up. Some of which were said that these organizations, mid to small tier arts organizations, are fighting for scraps. That when discussion was organized, led from the arts community, that CEI was absent and showing disappointment. Also, frustration. At the same time, our artist in residence for City of Kitchener has shared her frustration and saying that she's at the verge of quitting and moving out of Kitchener because of the lack of funding and the difficulty of funding for these small to emerging to mid-tier arts organizations. I think finally the arts community have showed up and said in sync and unison that they haven't received the support that was promised. And that was pretty much it, why initially I was a strong supporter of CEI and had helped encourage, as part of the 2011 budget, when we were facing with a very a steep increase to our tax levy, and it was going in a direction that CEI wasn't going to receive any funding, that we looked at it being funded from our Economic Development Fund. Because I thought, finally, there's an organization that's emerging that can perhaps go out there, leverage the private sector dollars better than we can as a municipality, and really go out there and help these small and emerging arts organizations, because I think that is a strong driver of economic development. So that brought in 2011, at the end of 2011, we received a report where it fell quite short from what the projections were that CEI said that they could leverage the private sector dollars. But it's too early, give us more time. I continue to support it. 2012, 13, 14, and now end of 15 has come, and the story hasn't changed, and again, the projections are still lacking. This is not saying anything to the efforts of the volunteers that have helped run the organization and helped behind the scenes. It speaks volumes of their commitment to the organization. But what I'm saying is that they need to understand this aspect themselves, that there is a serious lacking of funding in this community. And we really need to pick and choose where we need to flow our very limited dollars. And quite clearly from today's conversation, that's one place. That's small and emerging organizations. That's not to continue supporting a brand new mandate that's quite different than before for Grand Social, redefining it, creating new content. When I think one of the delegations had made this comment that the hope is a new organization will carry this on and carry the mandate, that they may have a quite different vision. They were probably best suited to realize where the changes to Grand Social need to be, how that asset can be leveraged better than what is being done right now, rather than putting these very crucial dollars into what already has been spent far too much money. I'll end with this. From the original art sustainability funding, 94% ended up going to large organizations, 6% remained for small and mid-tier, and unfortunately, after a number of years, 2011, 12, 13, 14, 15, that ratio still stayed the same when we were promised it would be quite different, that the small organizations were going to be strongly supported through the CEI endeavor, and that has failed, which is unfortunate. So based on that, I will support what Councillor Etherington is proposing.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Mayor Urbanovic. I'm not going to belabor the past, and I think the intentions were pure, and I think the intentions were that things were going to go in a direction, and it just didn't appear that way, and it just didn't happen. So I just don't want to go there anymore. I think the bottom line for the CEI is, they have committed an investment to the community, and I think if you were to do an independent appraisal with some of the assets that they do have, there is some value there. So I'm not prepared to throw that away yet, but further from what I heard today from the folks in the gallery, and this is no surprise to myself, but I'm really glad that they all came today, and I've encouraged them over the years to come, and I was glad that they all sort of came together tonight. So, I mean, I think the broader discussion is needed for small and artists and smaller arts organizations, and in particular with dealing with a space for them to congregate and collaborate. And, you know, in particular, we heard a lot of the need for, you know, funding for the theater and funding for film and music, and other organizations. So I think that's a broader discussion that we need to have, and I'm hoping that this following year, 2016, that we can have some answers for the local arts community. Again, I'm not going to support the recommendation. I mean, we did receive many emails of support for the remaining funding for CEI, and in particular the Prosperity Council, Open Ears Festival, members of the community such as SIT's chair, which is Center in the Square, and other prominent or individuals who do support the arts organizations as a whole. So I'm not prepared to throw them under the bus at the last minute. So. Those are my comments.
Okay. Mr. Wilmer, are you looking to clarify something before council continues?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, go ahead.
I think it's important that we have the right facts before us before council makes a decision. So there's a couple of things I think need to be corrected or clarified. One was a statement that on what percentage of the region-wide tax base is paid by Kitchener taxpayers. I think the number 49% was mentioned. I think the correct number is 39%. Second is in relation to the observation that was made that 94% of the arts sustainability funding went to the large pillar organizations and only 6% went to the small and emerging. And the observation was made that we were misled, that in fact more should have been invested in small and emerging. It was the decision of local councils as to how that money was invested. It was our decision and the decision of the region and City of Waterloo to invest in the Center in the Square, the museum, the art gallery, Clay and Glass, and the Grand Phil. It was our decision to put the majority of the money into those organizations, and the small piece, which grew over years, but still only amounted to an average of 6%, into small and emerging.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Councillor Singh.
To clarify, I appreciate your opinion on the last point about the 94 and 6%. If it was meant on my comments, I just want to clarify. I didn't say that we were misled. What I had said was initially the expectation was that further support was going to come from CEI, from leveraging private sector dollars, so that it wouldn't end up being just the 6% that's coming from the municipalities, but be further leveraged from the private sector dollars from CEI to small and mid-sized organizations, and that didn't necessarily correlate over the last number of years. And I think those facts stand.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up, I have Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor Vervanovic. As we sit and decide where we're going, we don't know where or who CEI will pass their work on to. My experience when someone takes something over is they change it or they replace it. So we may well be investing into something that will be changed or replaced. There's been much talk about the Grand Social website, that it would go dark at the end of the year. We do have other options to carry us through. We've got Explore Waterloo Region. We have Snapped KW. The support and financial help that artists need, as we've heard tonight, has not been sufficient enough to make a difference. There's been some great ideas expressed here by members of the arts community tonight that could benefit from funding. Our funds are very limited, and we need to get those funds to supporting artists and not into bureaucracy. So I am willing to support Councillor Etherington's amendment.
Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
I think there's an important thing that's not being said right now, and we kind of have two camps right now. But the interesting thing is that they're both arts advocates. We have individuals coming from their groups and presenting their concerns. And then we have the people of CEI who are arts advocates. Everybody wants the same thing. They want more money for the arts. So why, one of the questions was, why are we throwing, which I prefer to insert the word investing money into this organization? Because there's been wins along the way, and we're just not looking at them. There is the money that's going to the 5 organizations that we talked about. That is a win that happened through this organization. There has been other successful things that have come out of CEI in various small to mid-sized organizations. There's been grant writing assistance. There's been a number of different things that we can look forward. And yes, not everybody got access to that, and I appreciate that, and I understand that that's where a lot of the frustration's coming from. I too value arts and culture, but I also see CEI as a board of directors that are volunteers who are arts advocates. And we can't forget that. We've also heard that the overlap report, which was funded by private sector dollars, is what set out these 2 priorities moving forward. And I think that's important, that we continue on this line for 1 more year and wrap up those priorities and move them in the right direction forward. There's been made a note that no council member sits on the board of CEI, but our CAO sits. So there is a representative that is the only staff person that is directly responsible to council that sits on that. So if there can't be a member of this council on it, the next person is the CAO. And I think that that's been an important position moving forward. I have a few points all over the place. So I also think it's important because this motion, currently as it reads, says that $30,000 can be added to the Arts Sustainability Grant. That's money coming out of economic development. There currently isn't any arts money not going to the arts and culture. We're taking the economic development to pay for the CEI portion. And so I really think we need to think about that. Basically what this motion is doing is adding $30,000 in to arts, which, if that's the move it is, and that I just want to make sure that everyone's aware of that. Again, I just want to come back to that I too value arts and culture. I've sat on the advisory committee a few times over the course of my 9 years here, and I've learned a lot about it. Having not been someone who's that involved in arts and culture prior to my time on council, I've learned a lot. I understand where you're coming from, and I understand that we need to continue to find ways to improve and increase the vibrancy of arts and culture moving forward. And so I think the 2 pieces that are going to continue to be driven forward if CEI gets their grant through Grand Social, which is a tool that every artist is going to be able to utilize in order to get exposure and access, is an important piece to continue to move forward with, as well as the placemaking, where pieces of art can be commissioned and displayed. And, you know, the whole goal is to continue to make sure that artists, everyone's going to be compensated, but artists that are able to utilize these spaces get compensated. I come back to the point that I've said twice already, and I do it intentionally, because I know the intent of the people behind CEI is pure, and they want to make our community a better place. I come back to the fact that some of them are volunteers, some of them are paid that are here today, but they're arts advocates that want to improve the arts and culture scene across our community.
Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I want to reiterate what I have said many times. When this was first discussed half a dozen years ago, I was in favor of it. I was in favor because we were going to put more money into arts and culture, and I've often said, because of my background, where my ancestors came from, arts and culture is extremely important, and I see the value of it. But when it was established, after it came into play, I didn't support it. I went at least 5 years that I wouldn't support it because I saw all the money going to 5 organizations. Not that those 5 organizations didn't need it. It just happened that once the money went to those 5 organizations, there was nothing left for the rest. And I was disappointed in that, and because of that, for 5 years, I did not support what CEI was doing. However, last year, they realized that there had to be a change in where they were going, and at that point, I think really volunteers really did a tremendous amount of work in dealing with the whole situation, and they came up with they looked at it and they came up that they realized that they have to change the ways, and I was satisfied looking into what they have decided as to where they're going down the road. I hear actually it was really good tonight that we're here and we're having these discussions, because I did hear from a lot of people from arts groups that we really very rarely hear from, and they all had tremendous not stories, but it really talks about, when we talk about this area, we're always talking about techies and whatnot, but here there are a lot of creative people that have, there are many ways to be creative. I'm glad I heard from them, because I know going down the road, we do have to deal with that issue. I think we've somewhat dealt with the issue of the Big Five. Now it's time to deal with the other side of it, and that's what I see going forward, that the new organization is going to deal with this. And so we're not talking here a 10-year plan, a 20. We're talking one more year to set out where we're going with something that we need to look at this. And when the whole thing was put into place, we increased our funding for that one particular year, but after that, we went back to our inflation rate, or I don't know that we necessarily dealt with the growth in population. And so going forward, I'm for the first time, I'm prepared to support the group with this one more year look at. I know that they've heard, and we've heard what needs to be done, and I'm confident that it will occur. I can't support what's before us on the screen, because that would basically talk about wiping out the organization. The organization does have paid help, but it really is run by volunteers. And in my over 40 years in this community and around this horseshoe, I have seen many, many times how the city has helped volunteer organizations in trouble. And we've had a bit of this here, and I think we're stepping forward to deal with it. It's not the end of the line, it's the crossroads. So I will support the original motion that's before us.
Thank you. Councillor Davey.
Thank you. I just want to start by saying that I've been contacted by a lot of people in the community going back to the Prosperity Council. A lot of men and women I have a lot of respect for urging support of CEI. And I understand it, because the vision when this was originally brought forward was a bold vision, and it was ambitious. But it came with a lot of risks, but not every vision pans out, and not every vision ends up working. I will be supporting Councillor Etherington's amendment. One of the huge important pieces of this is that it does not take any dollars away from arts and culture. It simply redirects them to other areas in the field. I respect that they've come forward, that CEI's come forward and said that we need to wind down and pass it off. My concern in the winding down is that when I read the budget for the next year, it includes hiring people for website design, for writers, social media people, that sort of thing. And in my mind, this isn't winding down. This is trying to restart it. And like Councillor Schneider's comments, I think whoever needs to restart it needs to restart it from from scratch, not having it passed on. We all know that when a new organization comes in, they put their stamp on it. And winding down does not mean hiring more people. Winding down means looking to hand it off. And I would also suggest as well that I don't think it shouldn't take a year to wind it down. So I think the final clause, I think February is certainly ambitious, but I don't think that it should take an entire year to wind this down and pass it off.
Councillor Marsh.
Thank you. So it's been a fulsome discussion tonight, and I just want to acknowledge some of the things that we heard, including that the arts and culture sector is still lacking severely in funding from public sector and private sector, lacking space, lacking a sense of sustainability. There's been a lot of talk about how volunteers are running CEI, and that is also, they're very respected volunteers by me and by many in the community. I want to just acknowledge too, though, that volunteers run the arts and culture sector. All of these organizations, large and small and fledgling, run on volunteer time. And I'm hearing a call for more, collaboration. And that CEI was disappointing to them. But what I really respect is that CEI acknowledges that they can't be all things to all people. They were expected to do that and failed. Well, nobody can be all things to all people. So they've really siphoned it down to 2 priorities, and it's very hard to summarize what the plan is for a full year in a 5-minute presentation. And I have confidence that should CEI receive the funding that is originally the motion on the table, I think that we can look to having them try and do more collaboration. I would call upon them to collaborate with the right people so that we can pass it on to pass both priorities that they're looking to focus on to the right organizations and let them land in the right place where they can flourish. We need an arts incubator in this city. We need an arts hub. We talk about incubators in the tech sector all the time, and they're wonderfully, wildly successful. We need that for the arts as well. And as much as I am very much in support of the small and mid-size artisan organizations, I also have heard from countless people and organizations asking us to support CEI. I am willing to go with the original motion and let them go forward with this wrapping up in this final year. I also think that it might not take a whole year, and if they can find the right location and the right home for each of the 2 main areas of focus, then let it go that way earlier. Let's not hold them to finishing off within an entire whole year, if that's possible. Thank you.
Councillor Yanetsky.
Well, we've certainly had a lot of discussion on this topic, and when I look back, and we started on this back half a dozen years ago or 5 years ago when this was created, I was so much in support of this, as I am also an artist as well, although an amateur one, but I do support the arts and try to keep it going. I'm a little disappointed to see that 94% of the allocation of funds went to the Big Five, and that sort of brought it into a position here that makes pretty difficult to work with. Unfortunately, I see the end of the road here coming soon. Even the groups themselves admitted. Now it's a question: is it whether we stop it now, in a few months, or in a year from now? People have indicated that they've received, been contacted with supports from the arts group, and I have too as well. But I've also received response from the general citizen, who's also said, "Why do we keep feeding money to these dying groups and organizations? And cut the losses and let's move on." So I'm in a sort of quandary as to, yes, I want to support it. No, on the other hand, I hate to put some money into an area where it's really coming to an end. So I'm not prepared basically to support it. I like the arts, but I think sometimes you have to make the tough decisions.
Councillor Fernandez?
Thanks. I just want 2 points of clarification on this motion. The third bullet, the $30,000, does staff have a sense of where they would table or park that $30,000 in the interim? And the second or the fourth bullet point for Councillor Etherington, would you be flexible on the date of phase out? Okay. Does staff have any answer?
Well, yeah,
Sorry,
Mr. Wilmer, but
sorry.
I guess I would suggest to you, Councillor Fernandez, that the phase out is partially dependent on how much money they end up getting.
Of course. Yeah. No, I'm just for my own mind.
Yep. Mr. Wilmer.
Through the mayor, I think you have to look at the second and the third bullets together. The second bullet would take $30,000 and allocate it through the Tier 2 grant process. I think the third bullet is likely referring to 2017, once the two initiatives have been handed off to other organizations, that the funding would follow the initiatives.
Once the funding has been handed off after 2016, that $30,000 would then go
with the initiatives in 2017 to those receiving organizations.
To the Tier 2.
But just a point of clarification on that, Mr. Wilmer, to try to help out with this. There is no funding source beyond 2016. Is that like, this isn't permanent funding? It would assume, what you're saying would assume, and what the motion is saying would assume that funding would keep coming out of the Economic Development Fund for that to happen, correct?
Well, it's Councillor Etherington's motion. Perhaps he can best speak to the intent of it.
Okay. Councillor Etherington?
I wondered when that would happen. The $30,000, as far as I'm concerned, is as soon as CEI is phased out, and I'm hoping it'll be during 2016, as early as February. If I had my way, it would be a matter of weeks. But I'm perfectly open to Councillor Fernandez putting a date on that. But certainly it's not 2017, it's 2016. And I've kept it deliberately vague so that money or council could have a say in how that money would be used. And I'm hoping that after that phase out, that there will be something more, how should I say, more interesting happening for local arts and culture groups that CEI is not provided.
Okay.
Mr. Chapman, you wanted to add something?
Through the chair, I've heard some references to the Economic Development Fund with respect to CEI's operating funding. CEI is funded from the Economic Development operating budget, so there is permanent funding there. If it were redirected from Economic Development operating, it would be ongoing funding in Tier 2.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor
Thank
Fernandez?
you. That's all. Thanks.
Okay. Question of clarification, and then I'll make my comments since everyone else has.
I'm trying to understand the motion because it says the remaining 30,000 be added to the 44 and be put into Tier 2, but then you're also spending that $30,000 again in the third bullet. Am I reading that correct?
Councillor Etherington?
No, the 30,000 is not appearing twice. It is being added to the 44,000, so we've got $74,000 that this council could reallocate in whatever way that it wants in relation to arts and culture.
Okay, point of clarification.
But that says right there, and in item number 2, it says for the 2016 Tier 2 granting process. So you're spending it to the tier 2, and then in the third bullet, you're saying we have it to spend elsewhere as well.
And how would you suggest that be corrected, Councillor?
I would suggest that you either take out bullet number 3, because it's the same, you're spending the same $30,000 in 2 as you are in number 3, or you take it out of 2 and you put it into 3, and you leave the tier 2 grant at $44,000.
Mr. May, you wanted to add something?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think Councillor Galloway-Seelock is absolutely correct. Let me just try to reword it a different way. Either remove bullet number 3, and what will happen is all $74,000 would go to the Tier 2 grant and be handed out to organizations in the same way we do every year in terms of Tier 2 grants, or remove the $30,000 reference to bullet number 2, and don't put that money into the Tier 2 pot. If you have an idea that you want to allocate it through some other process to some other organizations.
Take out bullet 3, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
It's not going to be
Is
much
that
left.
amenable to the seconder? Sure. Okay. I'll make, is everyone done with their comments? Okay, I'll make mine then. First of all, I want to thank everyone for coming in tonight. It's clear that this is an issue that's, that a lot of people in our community are passionate about, including members of council. And I guess the positive, as has been pointed out by Councillor Marsh, is we're all here together, and I think everyone does, in their own way, have a commitment towards building arts and culture as a creative industry here in the City of Kitchener and in the region. Building it both as a region, building it as a source of vitality and of creative vitality for our broader community, and as a way of enhancing the quality of life of our residents, which ultimately helps us to both attract and retain people and talent in our community. I think it is important that we do remember a few things here in terms of actual facts. So when it comes to the distribution of the money, that split of what went to the foundational organizations and what went to the community groups is a decision of council and of all of the councils. It wasn't a decision of the CEI board. They simply had to work with the remainder of the dollars that were given to them for those purposes. So if people are unhappy about that, then quite frankly, we need to be unhappy with ourselves. Secondly, I think it's important that we also remember that when it came to trying to figure out how to handle that distribution, the original concept of CEI was that CEI would have the full dollar figure to work with, not just the 6%. And their vision and their goal around leveraging those dollars and collecting monies from the private sector was built on having those full dollars to work with. And so it became very hard when they went to the private sector, I would argue, to go after raising additional dollars, and all they said is, well, hey, we've got, X number of thousand in the pot to play with. And I think we need to remember that. I think the other thing that we need to remember, and this is an important one for me, because it's one that's tough for any group to do, and that's that we have a volunteer board that made some tough decisions along the way. It would have been very easy to allow the organization to continue running and potentially just see it fold. But they recognized there were issues, there were problems. They heard from all sectors of the arts and culture community, and they made some tough decisions. Some tough decisions on staffing, and some tough decisions in terms of how to go forward, which included doing something that councils asked again, which was go out and find out what you really should be doing. And so they did that. They raised the money through the private sector, and they went out and did the survey that and the work that was done by the consultant that ultimately came forward with a couple of recommendations. And those are the two recommendations we're being asked to fund tonight in this final year as they transition that work to other organizations. So in a sense, to say CEI is dying isn't accurate. I think CEI is going to cease existing in its present form and see that work morph into other existing community organizations that are already doing this work and trying to build it up. I think it's also important to remember, you know, some have said, well, it's time to gut what has come out of it. It's not working. Let's start again. Well, it's a lot harder to start again than it is to actually try to fix some pieces, particularly those that have been identified, and try to build on them and pass them over. And the pieces that have been identified are ones that the community has identified through a comprehensive consultation and that we acknowledge have some value associated with them. So in my mind, and the reason I can't support the amendment but will support the original motion, is what we're trying to do is preserve the investments that we have made, significant investments. We're acknowledging that along the way, yes, you know what? There have been some lessons learned, some things we need to do differently. I can tell you that there is no doubt in my mind that going forward, the work that was originally contemplated for CEI needs to continue. Who's going to take that on fully? I don't have that answer today. I don't think any of us in this room have that answer today. But it's work that needs to happen going forward so that we can continue to build the arts and culture sector going forward and see us create the kind of environment that I know every single person in this room wants to see happen. There have been, you know, we've heard from people on both sides of the argument, people from throughout the arts and culture community on both sides of the argument. But in my view, as I look back, I think it's much better to focus on the things that have been identified, move those forward, and then see where we go beyond CEI's existence in 2017 through the work that's going to get done in the coming year. So I won't be supporting the amendment, and I will be supporting the original motion. A recorded vote has been called. So we're voting on the amendment. Councillor Galloway-Seelock?
Sorry, my point of clarification that I was speaking out loud that I didn't have my microphone on for was the fact that in bullet number 2, if you agree with the amendment, you are spending $30,000 more annually for the Tier 2 grants out of the Economic Development operating budget. I don't know that everyone's clear on that point.
Okay, I'm not. Councillor Singh, is this a point of clarification?
I'll offer the amendment unless Councillor Etherington wants to do it. For it to be one time. The amendment is one-time allocation for 2016.
Okay, is Councillor Etherington, it's your motion. So you now want to amend the second bullet of, and Councillor Singh is the seconder, you're fine with that. So now you're simply trying to cut the CEI grant to $16,805. $30,000 would go on a one-time basis to the Art Sustainability Fund. And in the last paragraph would still remain. Okay. Everybody clear on that? Okay. So we're voting on the amendment. So if you're in favor of this amendment, vote yes. If you're not in favor and then want to vote on the original motion, vote no. All those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed to the amendment? Okay, we'll now go to the original motion. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, I'd like to offer an amendment to the original motion. As I had initially anticipated in doing, I tried doing this through the committee last Monday of reducing the funding by $16,805 for it to be $30,000 to be allocated to the CEI as final year of funding from City of Kitchener, and the remaining $16,805 to be allocated as one-time basis to the 2016 Tier 2 grant process. I'll quickly, if you may, make a comment. I'm not going to go over what I've already said. The reason why I tried doing this, I thought it made sense. What they were proposing could have been done with less, but it's even...
First of all, is it written out, the motion?
Just reduction by 16,000. If you want me to write it down, saying reduced by 16,805. Sure, everyone?
Okay, that
clear,
is
right?
the normal procedure. Is there a seconder first before?
You can write it down if you want.
Councillor, I think that's fine. Everyone's clear on it.
Yeah.
I don't want to go into another round of comments.
That's fine. I just want to say it's in respect to the comments we heard from delegations. That's why I'm proposing this motion.
Okay, I will accept that. Sorry, who was seconding that? Councillor Etherington? Okay, I will take that motion. Recorded vote called? Okay. So if you're in favor of the reduction, vote yes. If you're not, vote no. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion does not carry. We'll now move on to the original motion as in the report. Recorded vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, so that's where we've ended up on this issue. Councillor Marsh?
I just move that we have a 2-minute break to let everybody stretch their legs for a minute before we carry on.
We're on TV, so... Huh? Yeah, and we're going to run out of time.
All right.
So I'd suggest that we continue, and we have several delegations still waiting. You can stretch there. We'll now move on to unfinished business item 8A. And we have 2 delegations, and this is Heritage Best Practices. I would like to remind the delegations tonight that we're focusing on the subject matter, which is best practices, and not necessarily specific properties. So if you can just account for that in your comments. And the first delegation is KLG.
Well, thank you for your patience, everyone. And we were just saying we thought this building might turn into a heritage building at the rate we're going before we finish the council meeting tonight.
We hope not.
Anyway, good evening. My name's Kay Algie. I'm president of Architectural Conservancy Ontario North Waterloo Region. And as you know, that's a provincial charity whose mission is to encourage the preservation and adaptive reuse of structures, districts, and landscapes of architectural, historical, and cultural significance. So, So we are really pleased to see the Heritage Best Practices report being presented tonight and commend Councillors Marsh and Fernandez for introducing the motion which led to it back in the April 23rd council meeting earlier this year. And we're sure you'll all agree the report is very thorough and well researched. And our executive committee reviewed it and commend Heritage staff and Heritage Kitchener for their work on it. Interestingly, when our executive rank ordered the suggested next steps, we came up with the same priorities as the quick wins that were identified by Heritage Kitchener. And so we urge you to accept your advisory committee's recommendations and establish a Built Heritage Emergency Management Protocol, learning from the experience of the City of Hamilton in this regard. We're pleased to see the recommendation that there will be a list of pre-approved professional engineers experienced with heritage structures compiled. Because, as you know, the frustration of ACO and many other individuals in the Mayfair Hotel Human Hardware affair was that an unsafe building ruling and demolition order was done without an assessment of building condition by professionals experienced in heritage structures. So we're also really pleased that the list will be the pre-approved list will be of individuals rather than firms, because this will help ensure a high-quality assessment. We strongly support the recommendation to increase the pace and number of designations. This is the best protection you can give our built heritage. The Mayfair Human Hardware incident taught us that intending to designate is virtually meaningless. Among other limitations, a decision to withdraw an intention to designate is not appealable to the Ontario Municipal Board. And we do like the idea that facilities management staff will become knowledgeable about heritage considerations and look for these when monitoring buildings under their care. We do wonder how frequently heritage properties will be inspected and whether there would be a regular schedule for this, because the experience of other municipalities has taught us that it's easy for other priorities to overtake facilities management or bylaw enforcement staff. And another concern we have is particularly timely in view of all the construction work and public works projects going on. So we feel the city should be proactive in advance of public works projects that could negatively impact heritage properties and take measures to monitor, minimize, or mitigate potential damage to them. But we do urge you to accept Heritage Kitchener's recommendations and move forward with implementing them. And we hope you'll have regular reports back about the progress of these implementations, as I've highlighted the quick wins, but there's 8 of them altogether. But if we think back to April 23rd and what we believe was the intent of Councillors Marsh and Fernandez motions, which was to prevent a recurrence of the loss of the Mayfair Hotel and Human Hardware buildings, we have to wonder if the new policies and procedures alone will accomplish that. After all, we had good heritage staff and pretty good heritage practices in place then. So we feel it's time for the rest of the city to support heritage, or otherwise we've just half begun. So we're calling on the city to lead by example. We want you to designate the Rockway Centre. We asked for this back a year ago because of its importance historically and also architecturally. And we also want you to lead by example in protecting the vacant buildings that you do occupy. The city owns 23 heritage properties, and 3 of them are vacant, including this one here. And I'm sure there's some city departments that could use it, or God knows we heard about a lot of artists that would like it. And you can see here that there are repairs that are needed to this building. There's window sashes that are rotting that and masonry that needs repair, or the bricks will. So,
Ms. Algie, if I can ask you to wrap up, please.
So we just want you to lead by example. There's a couple of other buildings I could mention there, because leading by example will prevent demolition by neglect, and it will help us realize the potential of our heritage buildings to increase tourism and stimulate economic development. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions, Councillor Yanetsky.
Yeah, thank you for coming in, Ms. Elgie, and your support from yourself and your organization on this for this report. In this report, staff have outlined the various recommendations that I'm sure you're happy with, but at the back it's got the appendix in terms of timing, in terms of those 8 recommendations, and they've got them in blocks of 3 or 2 or 3 on quick wins, short term, 1 year, and long term. You feel you're comfortable with the way staff have recommended that, or is there an issue that you have or not?
Well, as I said, when we went through the list of the 8 recommendations and said what are the top priorities, we came up with the same priorities that staff did. I mean, of course, they're all important.
Right.
And I mean, I really think all 8 should be quick wins and go ahead, you know, if you ask me. But, you know, I think that the ones that have been zeroed in on, those are the ones that our executive felt were the highest priorities.
Okay, appreciate those comments. And I'm sure that your organization, as this gets addressed over the next 2-3 years, you'll be monitoring it in your own way and commenting on it accordingly as well, right?
Well, we will attempt to do that, but I think it would be great if there was a request for regular reports back on this. I'm not sure how that will work, but I know that's happened before. Like, that's why we have this motion tonight, right? Because we asked for this report back.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, at the appropriate time, I'd like to move this motion.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Councillor Singh.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Evtui, for your presentation and some of the points that you made and encouragement from your organization is that the designation of the listed properties be at a faster pace. So there is funding that's available to homeowners or property owners where their properties have been designated where they need to meet certain standards for preservation of their heritage structure that they can apply to the city of Kitchener, correct?
Yes.
So if we fasten the pace of designation and there are more properties in effect, obviously, then there would be an increased demand in requesting those funding to those granting requests, correct?
Well, there could be, but I believe that there's an amount of money allocated for that each year, and that
No,
people,
they're allocated for, you know.
that I believe this is the case. I could be corrected here, I'm sure, by other people more knowledgeable, but I imagine it's like, you know, like you just talked about $30,000 for arts funds. So just because there's more artists, the money doesn't go up. So there.
No, that's exactly what would happen because properties do depreciate and deteriorate. So if there are more designated properties, and they would deteriorate over age, over time, and they would require, unless property owners want to fix those, make those repairs on their own. But obviously, I think we make it very prevalent information to those property owners where their properties are being designated that they have that funding resource available to them. And I'm sure they would apply to that. So what I was saying is your organization available or able to assist in with any funding?
Our organization is an advocacy and education organization.
Okay.
We're not a funding organization, but I would like to remind you all that the Waterloo Regional Heritage Foundation is the source of funding for designated properties.
Okay. I wasn't sure of the makeup of your organization. I was hopeful that there may be ability for you guys to assist with funding as well, especially because you're coming forward with strong recommendations as well.
Yeah.
Councillor Ioannidis?
Yes.
Actually, I could add to that too. Our organization does have the ability to set up agency agreements, and so that can be a source of funding. For example, with the Petrie Building restoration in Guelph, it's set up an agreement so that certain parts of it were eligible for donations, which would receive a tax, charitable tax credit. So in a way, that could be another possibility.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Ioannidis.
Yes, through you, Mayor Verbanovic. Thanks, Kay, for coming in and providing your support to the recommendation. I guess my one question, or I have a couple questions actually, is how do you feel about overall the public engagement that's involved with this? How do you feel about this? Do you think there was significant public engagement with the best practices throughout the community?
You mean for this particular discussion about there certainly was a lot of interest in the events that led up to it, and I know that some of the individuals who are still concerned about that situation did review this. Whether there was public engagement, I mean, the Heritage Kitchener meeting, above and beyond the Heritage Kitchener meeting, I'm not sure. But I know that we certainly publicized this report to our members and got some comments back from them.
Okay, so you're not too sure whether or not there was sufficient public engagement with this process then?
I'm not able to comment on what that process was, to be honest.
My other question is, in one of your slides, you provided support for the recommendations, and you had it in brackets budget. I'm not understanding what you mean by that. Do you
Sorry?
because you have it in brackets budget?
Budget. That was with the designation. Yeah, because of course, if you're going to increase the pace and the number of designations, these don't come just off the top of people's head. As you know, they're very well researched. So it probably means an increase in staffing.
Okay.
Or some consulting figure, something like that. So that's where that budget thing was coming in there.
Okay, so you're suggesting then if there's an increase in staffing or other resources, it's going to cost some dollars, correct?
I believe that was in the Heritage Kitchener report
Okay.
in the first place. I'm only referencing that.
So would you be comfortable with us as a committee, or I mean as council, to increase our tax levy to support this?
I personally would, but I think that you will get benefits from doing it in terms of tourism and economic development. I mean, I think that you have reaped a lot of benefits from the fact that you have heritage buildings here that have been kept in good quality, and that has really helped the city attract startups and Google and other companies like that. So yes, in the short run, how you raise that money is a decision you have to take. But I think that it will pay off.
Okay.
As
Thank
it
you.
has already.
Okay, thank you so much.
Councillor Fernandez.
Hi, Kay. Thanks for your presentation. Are you familiar with the City of Hamilton's Built Heritage Emergency Management Plan?
I've looked at it. I'm not an expert on it. I think we could ask Mr.
Of course.
Francis.
No, I just asked if you were aware of it. I think that it's important, I'm sure, that you noted in the report that the Kitchener's chief building official was supporting, especially that particular point, and I believe another recommendation. And I'm sure that you take some solace in that as well. Would I be correct in saying that?
Yes, I like the fact that there does. I know quite a lot of work has gone on with this among staff in the city, and that people are willing to move forward on these recommendations. That's very good news.
That's great. Thank you so much for coming in. I'll have comments later.
Councillor Davey.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in, Ms. Elgee. Just one question, and you may not know the answer. I'm going to ask the same question of staff, but I thought I'd ask while you're up there. Are you aware, part of the quick wins would be increasing the pace at which cultural heritage properties are designated. Are you aware of any statistics that would sort of indicate how Kitchener's doing in terms of the number of properties that we designate versus other municipalities? Are we ahead? Are we behind? Is there any data kept that you're aware of?
I can't remember it off the top of my head.
Okay,
no.
That's fine.
I've
Thank you.
seen it. I'm sorry. No.
Councillor Singh, you got another question? Of staff? Okay. That's all that we have for you. Thanks. Councillor Singh, a question of staff?
Yes, quickly.
No, I know.
Are there any other delegations?
There are, but I'm just...
Then I can wait.
Okay.
Afterwards.
Does anyone... You're going to wait? Councillor Marsh, can yours wait? No, I'm asking. Yeah? Okay, I just have one, and that's... Ms. Elgee talked about the Legion building as one of the buildings. I'm just wondering where staff are at on that one. Mr. Aguirre?
Economic development and facilities have been working and have been in discussions. Also included is Leon Benson regarding the possible adapted for use of the Legion. We're in an analysis process, bringing some work to CLT shortly and to council hopefully early in the new year.
Early in the new year?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Who's staff 5? 2, 3, 4. Leon, okay, no, you don't have any. Councillor Singh? You're back in the queue for later? Okay, that's fine. Okay, then we'll go to our next delegation, James Howe. Welcome, James.
Good evening. The report by staff on heritage best practices is excellent. I urge Council to adopt it and have staff immediately begin to implement it. I particularly applaud the development of a built heritage emergency management protocol and creation of a list of pre-qualified engineers with heritage expertise for emergency situations affecting heritage property. Had these two items been in place a year ago, both the Mayfair Hotel and the Heman Building may still be standing in the heart of downtown Kitchener. If not both, I expect that at least the chances would have been greatly improved for the Heman Building. Having these measures gives heritage advocates confidence that future decisions about the fate of a heritage building in an emergency situation will involve the most qualified professionals for the job. Professionals who can provide city staff with the advice based upon their expertise and experience with heritage buildings, and an eye to what is required to retain it and the potential costs involved. Involving that expertise was what heritage advocates requested in the spring. Ensuring it is there in the future is an important legacy that provides some reparation for that loss. As great as implementing the report's recommendations may be, we can't turn back the clock. When I heard that the Mayfair had been demolished, I immediately knew its fate was sealed, as the odds were stacked against it. They were nearly insurmountable. For me, the fight for the Mayfair was as much about making sure that it never happened again, particularly with a heritage building that has been under the city's stewardship for any length of time. While the report provides excellent direction on how to better handle situations such as the Mayfair and the Heman Building, it does not directly address a major contributing factor towards finding more buildings facing demolition. I remain extremely concerned that the former Legion Building at 48 Ontario Street is the next city-owned heritage property on Centre Block to be demolished. I had hoped to see the city take some action on this property over the past 7 months, and very disappointed that it sits in pretty much the same state as when the Mayfair's foundation crumbled, vacant and unloved. Despite repeated attempts, I haven't even been able to arrange to tour the building to get a sense of what shape it is in and possible uses for it. Having 48 Ontario Street occupied and used needs to be a top priority for the city. Having people in the building every day helps to work as an early warning system. It also ensures that the building is kept in the shape required to be used by people, because that's a higher standard than leaving it empty. Having a building with life in it is much better than any facility check. I urge Council to propose and adopt a motion that staff arrange for the building to be occupied on a regular basis within the next 6 months. If the city is not sure it wants to do that, if the city is not sure what it wants to do with the building in the long term, I suggest that it be used temporarily as a centre for the arts, culture, and heritage sector. It could be used, for example, as rehearsal space for groups using the Registry Theatre, which is a need for that popular facility. The building could also host artists, studios, and offices and meeting spaces for arts, cultural, and heritage groups. As the birthplace to the blues in Kitchener, 48 Ontario Street is a natural spot for blues musicians and groups to rehearse and for a new generation to take lessons. Passing this best practice report is not enough to say we've learned our lesson from the Mayfair Hotel, the Heman Building, and the Forsyth Factory. It is a good start for the City of Kitchener, but the City of Kitchener as a whole needs to do more to make sure that that kind of situation does not occur again. The real litmus test for if we have learned our lesson is what the future holds for 48 Ontario Street North. Will it be left vacant and at the mercy of fate? Or will Kitchener use it as an opportunity to put words into action? We can and must act immediately on 48 Ontario Street North. It can be a vibrant part of Kitchener's future. Please ensure that happens.
Thank you very much, James. Councillor Ioannidis, questions?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, James, for coming in and with your suggestions. I wholeheartedly agree with you with regards to the Legion building, and I'm very glad you're here today, and I'm very glad the rights organizations were here today. So, I mean, I think there's some really good merit there, and as I know you wanted to see some action taken, but I think Mr. Regier has mentioned that he's going to come with something early in the new year. So, my thing would be to say to you is to stay tuned on that one, because I totally share those same commitments that concerns you have. My question to you is basically dealing with the overall of this report. Do you feel that there was enough public consultation with this?
I'm not aware of any opportunity, but I guess there could be, but I'm not sure that there is always public consultation on this type of report.
Okay, because I know you're a big fan of public consultation, and so I think it probably would add some merit to this. Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's all the questions we have. Thanks a lot for coming in.
You're welcome.
Councillor Singh, you indicated you had some questions earlier.
Yeah, to staff. Before I ask this question, my apologies for not being informed on this, but the delegation, Ms. LG had referenced an advantage for additional listing of, for designation of heritage properties, that it would increase tourism to the city. Is there an existing art gallery that has pictures of these designated properties, or on our website, or are there tours available where people can register to go around to see these properties?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we do have information on the city's website through the Heritage Register, which identifies the addresses of all the properties that are designated.
Doesn't give the picture?
No, but I think we are working towards doing that and increasing our presence on the city's website. We do have walking tours that are available for download on the city's website of our Heritage Conservation District, so of the St. Mary's District, the Victoria Park District, and the Upper Dune District, and we hope to have the same thing for the Civic Center District soon.
Good. Do we measure those metrics to see how often it's downloaded? The reason why I ask is, certain points are important to make, but we don't want to overemphasize something that's maybe not being utilized at all, and still continuing to reiterate that point. So are those tours being downloaded?
I can't answer that question because I don't know if we have those metrics.
We should, especially when we're referencing as a tourist attraction. I think I have heard staff say this too. We should know this.
Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor Vervanovic. In the report, it says the city will use professionals certified by the Canadian Association of Heritage Professionals, or CAHP. What are the qualifications that they require for certification?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the Canadian Association of Heritage Professionals has different categories of membership, so you can be an intern member or a professional member. If you are to be considered for membership, you have to have at least 5 years of relevant experience in a heritage field, and that would need to be supported by relevant training and education. Also, any new members have to be sponsored by an existing professional member, and the consideration for membership is reviewed by a membership committee.
Okay. Do you know if we have any local or regional engineering firms on that list?
There are local engineering firms who are on the list. To my knowledge, the individual engineer that is local, so within Waterloo Region, isn't necessarily a specialist in building technology, but more a specialist on heritage bridges. That said, there are engineers who are on the Canadian Association of Heritage Professionals list just outside of the region. I can say that there are a number of professional planners and architects locally who are members of that association.
Okay, on page 8A.5, it says the establishment of a list of pre-qualified engineers who may be used by the city in emergency situations. Do we know who will decide who is on that list?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the chief building official will decide who is on that list. The chief building official has criteria and factors that he will be considering in identifying those individuals. For example, he may need to consider that this individual must be accessible at all times, day and night, that the individual must be able to get to Kitchener within a certain time frame, in a certain period of time. And so I do know, having spoken to the chief building official, that he is already in contact with an engineer who was on the Canadian Association of Heritage Professionals list and has engaged with those individuals. The other consideration is that there may be firms locally that currently aren't members that may become members and may make that application to become members.
Okay. 8A7, inspections of city-owned heritage checklist review. Do we know who will be involved in that review, and when it's done, will it be coming to council for approval and be made public?
So, through you, Mr. Mayor, in terms of the checklist, you're talking about the checklist for inspection of
the buildings, yes, the checklist.
So the inspection of city-owned properties is typically undertaken by both facilities management and also by security staff in certain situations. So security staff tour our heritage properties as part of their patrol schedules, and typically they do this on a daily basis. And security staff would be looking for things like, are there any doors or windows that are not secured? Is there any water leaks in the building? Any acts of vandalism? And then report on that. The trade staff from facilities management would be looking at city properties on a more scheduled basis. So they'd be looking at occupied facilities on a requested basis or on a quarterly basis. Unoccupied or seasonal facilities would be inspected on a bi-monthly basis or as part of the commissioning or decommissioning of the building for a season. And the trade staff would be looking specifically at things like mechanical equipment, electrical equipment, or building envelope concerns. And the concerns arising from these inspections would be addressed as part of facilities management's routine core business. If there was a significant weather event, then the heritage properties would also be inspected by facilities management trade people after that event. The findings and results of the inspections are typically not addressed at council, and they're typically not made public, and part of the reason for that may be a concern in terms of disclosing which buildings are vacant for security reasons and to prevent vandalism.
Okay, and it was brought up, final question. How often would the Legion property be inspected?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the Legion building would be inspected in the same range as what I've just described in terms of the inspection of all city properties. It's treated no differently than any other city property.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, just before we go on, I've got 6 people in the queue. It's almost 10:35. We have this item to finish. We have 2 delegations on other items. So I'm going to need a motion to go past 11. Moved by Councillor Ioannidis. Is there a seconder? Councillor Schneider. We're going to need a unanimous vote to get that to happen so we can finish this, the other 2 delegation items, and the rest of the agenda. So all those in favor going past 11? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Marsh.
Question for Mr. Regier. Just wondering how frequently has the Legion building on Ontario Street been inspected over the last 6 months or so?
Mr. Regier?
Through you, Mayor Verbanovich, I have to apologize to Councillor Marsh. I have no idea, but it's I don't know, Leon. Do you have an answer to the question? I know that FM is through it on a fairly regular basis, and has actually made a significant investment in its heating system and is well aware of the challenges the building is facing. So. It's top of mind for that organization.
Yeah, and so the last time we spoke about it a couple months ago, when I asked you, I think you had the staff had recently been there to improve things and make sure that it was ready for winter. Is that accurate?
That's correct. I know that they had a crew in there probably 6 weeks ago, maybe 8 weeks ago, to do some cleaning and work on the building.
Okay, and so the plans that you are percolating that are coming forward in early in the new year, how long have they been in the works?
We've probably kicked around a variety of scenarios from the day that we acquired the building, I would say. But this set of discussions has really been a part of the conversation since we started drafting Make It Kitchener, our new economic development strategy.
And so when was that?
Beginning of this year.
Okay, so beginning of this year. So it has it's independent of any suggestions from outside of staff that you're working towards something. To fill the space. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Yanetsky.
The question to Mr. Bensasson, in regard to the report that we have before us, which is an excellent report and hits a lot of the issues right on the nail. Based on the appendix, in terms of staff working with it, they'll be working with the Heritage Kitchener volunteers in terms of their input as well. Will this require any, are you able to do it with the existing staff that you have over the next 3 years, basically, to address all these points?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, the intent is to do it with the existing staff and resources.
Okay, appreciate that, thank you. The item you have on page 3, you talk about the heritage practices that we've established over the number of years complies with the heritage policies of the official plan. And moving forward on this, in terms of this report, in terms of establishing some further best practices, this also would comply with the direction of the official plan?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Davey.
Thank you. I have a few questions, and I'll start with the one I asked the delegation. The second clause in the quick wins indicates that an advancement or designating properties quicker. Do we have any idea where Kitchener lies in the spectrum of heritage? Are we designating properties on a, I don't know, per capita or per housing basis? I'm not sure what the metric would be.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't have an exact number, but it is a relevant issue because staff attended a workshop that was hosted by the ministry a few months ago, and that statistic was shown on the big screen, which looked at various municipalities on a per capita basis in terms of the number of designations. And they did have Kitchener identified because this was a local workshop for all the area municipalities. And although I don't have a specific number, I can tell you that we were on the lower end of that scale.
Okay. There's a comment about, and again, this isn't an area where I have a full understanding, so I'll clarify that, but there's been comments about economic development, and it would spur it. Does heritage designation spur economic development? Is there anything that supports that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think the evidence of that is in some of the catalyst projects that you've seen built within the downtown and around the downtown. So if you think of major projects like the School of Social Work in St. Jerome's, the Kaufman Lofts, the Bright Up Block, Lang Tannery, these all involved heritage buildings and all involved a significant amount of input in terms of heritage conservation and heritage planning. So I would suggest that, yes, there is a definite link.
Okay. And in terms of intensification, does a broader heritage mandate, layman's understanding would be that it would work against intensification generally. Is that true?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, we don't think that is true. I think there are a number of examples where intensification and heritage conservation can work hand in hand. So we've seen certainly a number of heritage buildings being used for purposes of residential redevelopment. And we have examples in our heritage conservation districts of new development being built within heritage districts in terms of infill examples. So some local examples would be the Sandhills Christian Community Retirement Home on Queen Street South in terms of a residential development. And there are other examples like the Mansion Lofts and et cetera, like Kaufman Lofts and others.
Okay. I'd like to have a more fulsome discussion with you at some point because I try and imagine, for example, what would happen to the city of Toronto if they had an aggressive heritage designation in the 1940s or 50s, for example. How would that city look today? But you don't need to answer that. The only part that does, and I think the report's very good, but the part that does concern me is the financial implications. There's a single line, and I have some concerns approving 8 items here without having any understanding of how much this is going to cost. For example, I think you mentioned that the goal is to accomplish it within existing staff complement. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think that the question that Councillor Yanetsky was talking about was specifically in terms of working with the Heritage Kitchener Committee in identifying priorities for designation and public awareness. Those are the 2 recommendations that are specifically related to working with that committee. But to answer your questions in terms of financial implications, the report, in terms of the recommendation that's made in this report, there are no financial implications. There are some follow-up issues. So specifically, there will be additional reports that will come in front of council that will address certain actions that may have financial implications at some point in time. But I can tell you that the quick wins, the immediate actions, and the short-term actions, I do not foresee there being financial implications. There may be financial implications for some of the longer-term actions, such as reviewing the Designated Heritage Property Grant Program, as well as a report that would have to come back to council that would speak specifically to preparing conservation plans for select city-owned heritage resources.
Okay. And sorry, last question, just going back to you mentioned that Kitchener's lower on the list in terms of designations. Do you know if that list included the more broad natural heritage districts and landscapes that we've done recently?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it wouldn't have included the Cultural Heritage Landscapes book because those don't currently have any formal status. And I don't know whether the statistic included the heritage districts. I don't think it did. It probably concentrated on the Part 4 individual properties. But I would be more than happy to get that information from the ministry and share that with members of council.
Okay, I think that's a very important piece of information. Thank you.
Councillor Ioannidis?
Yeah. Through you, Mayor Urbanovic. One of the questions that I have is, can staff kind of remind me where heritage as a whole, where is that part of our business plan? Where does that lie?
Mr. May?
Through you, Mr. Chair, off the top of my head, I would say it would have a strong connection to the new priority in the strategic plan for safe and thriving neighborhoods.
Okay, so it's really vague where it's positioned.
Well, I wouldn't say, I don't think that's what we heard, Councillor.
I don't have the document in front of me, but I can tell you that heritage is a key component of safe and thriving neighborhoods.
And it's also a core service of what we have to provide.
Difference of opinion. My question is to Leon. Considering we're dealing here with heritage best practices, what really shocks me is we don't see a single piece of information in here about how we deal with conflict resolutions with owners, property owners, who feel they're not informed and feel that this is an iron fist approach that we put on them. So to me, when we deal with this on a regular basis in this council, so I'm quite shocked that this is not here. That's part of heritage best practices. To me, that's just unbelievable. So can you please explain to me why that's not there?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, the question is why we didn't address a certain specific issue in terms of impacts on property owners?
I think the question, Mr. Bensasol, is the report talks about best practices in terms of dealing with these properties, but doesn't touch on the issue of how do we deal with conflict resolution with the property owners as part of that process if it becomes necessary.
I think it's a best practice that we implement. We do absolutely always try to deal with the resolution of issues that property owners may have with their heritage properties.
Okay, well, I don't think that's good enough of an answer, but...
Okay. Councillor Ioannidis, staff give you the best answers that they can in their professional expertise.
I agree.
Okay.
I'm not disagreeing
then
with them. I'm just saying I don't think it's the best answer.
Okay, I don't think that's appropriate.
Okay. The other question that I wanted to ask is, I guess Councillor Davey sort of touched upon it. Why is it that we don't have those statistics readily available when it comes to our percentage and the amount of heritage properties compared to Waterloo and Cambridge? Because to me, that's very significant. Like, we have to be able to compare our neighbors. I'm just, again, why is that not readily available?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think we can certainly make that information available. In the report, we speak to how staff believe that we are leaders, certainly within the region, in terms of the number of properties that we've designated, especially through our heritage conservation districts, as well as individually designated property owners. So we are aware that we have the most designated properties of any municipality within the region, and that we also offer the most in terms of programs for our designated property owners.
Okay. And my last question is, and I raise this with the delegations, if we're dealing with heritage best practices, why wasn't there a broader community discussion on this?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the original motion that was made by Council specifically referenced engaging with Heritage Kitchener. And Heritage Kitchener is the committee that was established by Council with members who were appointed by members of Council to specifically inform and advise Council on heritage-related matters, and we certainly did engage with members of the Heritage Kitchener Committee.
In your professional opinion, do you not think that there is a lack of public engagement with this?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't believe that there is a lack of public engagement with this report. I do know that there will be other reports that will speak to specific issues, like the Designated Heritage Property Grant Program and other issues that will likely engage with specific heritage property owners and others, and will come back to Council.
Okay.
You're out of time.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I have a deferral that I want to put forth, but I'll let the discussion go.
Okay, I'll come back to you for that. Councillor Fernandez?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Bensasson, for your very educated responses to this. I think that we've done, staff and Heritage Kitchener have done a really good job, because I know it took an awful lot of time to do this. This question is actually for Mr. May, because I think that there's been an awful lot of community surveys and engagement and such that's happened over the last number of months and year. During any of those times when you were engaging the public, where did heritage or history come out from the public's conversations.
Mr. May?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I hope that this question comes from the fact that potentially some of the materials that I've been sending out, councillors have been reading. We did do a survey through the summer as part of the neighborhood strategy where we asked some pretty basic questions. We've reached 1,308 surveys were completed, and on one of the questions it was about what's most important to your neighborhood. And I can tell you that heritage was the third highest after, I believe it was the transportation network, which included things like trails and cycling lanes. And then secondly was more natural spaces, and then finally was heritage. There was quite a gap between those three, but it was, I do recall that it was the third highest.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. And Mr. Bensasan, in reviewing what other communities have done and their best practices, are we finding that those best practices are helping move forward on the protection of heritage buildings in a sound and reasonable manner, so that both the owners of those properties and the municipality in itself benefit from those designations?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, I would say that that is absolutely true.
Okay, that's great. I'll have comments.
Councillor Singh?
Yeah, thank you. If I could just quickly make one point, Mr. Mayor, so that my questions as I ask them, they don't get misinterpreted. I will ask some questions that have already been asked because I have some differing view and still concerned with the answers given, not because I don't respect the answers were given, it's just I have a different perception on the information. And I think the pushback is not because there's any intention or desire for lack of support of heritage spaces. It's simply concern about how our city grows and with a balanced approach. Thank you. So my question is, again, for why this came about for best practices, and a lot of the impetus came from the Mayfair. The structural issues that existed in that property, were they prevalent from outside review of the building?
Sorry, say that question again?
With the Mayfair, well, why it needed to be demolished, the structural issues that existed in that building, were the structural
That's
issues...
not an issue we're dealing with right now.
Actually, we are, because the best practices came about because we didn't have enough time to respond to the demolition requirement of that building, and we needed to know what steps could be implemented so that we can have necessary review of designated properties. And I just wanted to know, would we have known by looking outside that those structural issues existed on that property?
Okay, Councillor Singh, I really don't think that's relevant to these best
All right.
practices.
So for number 3, city staff review of facility management division standards, monitoring checklists, are we reviewing these properties only from the outside, or are we conducting reviews from inside the buildings as well of designated properties?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe the inspections are happening both on the outside and the inside of buildings.
Okay. They would be conducted by our staff or volunteers or members of the Heritage Committee?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in the previous answer to that question, I indicated that they're being undertaken by both facilities management staff and also security staff.
So if we are speeding up the designation of listed properties, so there would be more on the register and more reviews would be required, and you're saying our facilities management staff or from that department, the indication is that work can be done in-house to meet that requirement, to meet that review from reviewing the property structural issues from the inside and outside?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, these inspections are happening on all city-owned properties and buildings, regardless of whether they're designated or not designated.
Was the also concern and recommendation that these reviews be also done on properties that are not city-owned, but in private hands?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, on no occasion was I speaking in that context in terms of those inspections happening on privately owned properties.
Is that ever a direction that we may be heading? It's just to...
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't believe so. We don't have the authority or mandate to begin inspecting privately owned properties unless it is directly related to a property standards issue.
Okay. And the delegations referenced Mayfair, and that's why I wanted to correlate that with the point that I was making. The other question is about density. The buildings that we have in the core are older buildings, are either mid to low rise density buildings in height as well. We have certain growth projections into the next 20 year 2035. I agree that greater capacity can be built in existing properties that we have, but does it still limit us of expanded density in our core?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think both of those objectives can work together. There may be situations where buildings can be added onto, even on top of. There may be situations where buildings will have to be set back or not be connected to specific buildings. I think we'll have to take a look at those situations on a case-by-case basis.
Have you looked at, though, the number of properties that are listed under the register already that may be designated in the future, so that means they would be protected, that they could allow that density of growth of building on top or setbacks? So when we make that opinion, are we aware of that information precisely?
Well, we're certainly going through that process right now through the planning around rapid transit stations in terms of encouraging intensification. Heritage is at the table where we are identifying certain density targets and certain appropriate land uses and densities on properties.
And they need to be consistent and meet our expectation and our projection through our economic development as well, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, absolutely, and I think that is the intent.
And as for costs, I have additional questions. So out of the recommendation you also have for longer, it's longer term within 3 years, also for a city to conduct a review of designated heritage property grant program. So that means after that review of that grant program, there may be recommendations to increase the grants?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there may be recommendations to perhaps increase the grants, perhaps work with the money that we already have, but perhaps increase the maximum amount that a property owner can get.
So if you're increasing the grants, that means there would be a cost implication then, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, and we would indicate what the financial implications of that would be. I would say that the grant program has not changed since 2002.
Okay. I asked this question to the delegation. My last question is that, and this I think falls within immediate to within 1 year, if this recommendation is followed and we do move forward with fastening the speed of designating properties, that would mean that there would be more pressure on grant requests?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't think it's any situation that we haven't been able to address and deal with already. So, as I indicated, the grant program was established in 2002, and at that time, we didn't have the Civic Center Heritage Conservation District. That district was approved around 2010. That added an additional 350 properties, perhaps, to become eligible for the grant program, and we've certainly been able to work within the existing budgets that have been allocated to that grant program prior to that Heritage District being approved and after.
Councillor Singh, you're done. Councillor Marsh.
Thank you. So I am just, first of all, a question. Has anybody moved the motion?
Yes, Councillor Yanetsky moved it,
Okay.
and Councillor Ioannidis indicated he was going to be moving a motion of deferral.
Yeah, okay. So I just want to speak to the idea that public engagement is required before we could do anything here. I mean, I would suggest humbly that only 3 of the 8 recommended actions could benefit from some public engagement, and that would be number 1, number 4, and number 7. Numbers 2, 5, and 8 already are encouraging public engagement as it is, and then the remaining 2, number 3 and number 6, are regarding city-owned property. We're looking after our own stuff rather than we're looking at other people's property. We have already engaged with Heritage Kitchener, and that's one of the reasons why we have a set of citizens advisory committees to guide us members of the public who volunteer their time. We need to value their input, and it sounds like there was consensus on these recommended actions. So that is why I cannot support the amendment.
The deferral, you mean? The deferral. Okay. Thank you. So that's it for speakers. I'll now come to the motion for deferral. Councillor Ioannidis. Turn your microphone on, please.
First of all, before we deal with this, I want to apologize to Mr. May and to Mr. Benson for I should have refrained from my comments. The reason why I'm putting forward the deferral is because, we're dealing here with heritage best practices, and what we see here constantly is we see conflicts with property owners coming here at the last second and wanting to have their property not registered or not listed or whatever the case may be. And to me, that's something that should be fixed first and foremost before we deal with any of these other items. But I think part of it too is, I don't think we've had this quality public engagement that this topic deserves. And if I've been proven wrong that this is part of, the community's asked for this, then why aren't we doing the full public discussion? If the community finds this important, then we should be having that full discussion. So, my other comments regarding this too is I think...
Okay, I'm just dealing with the deferral now. So you made your... Is there
Okay,
a seconder for the
yeah.
deferral? Is there a seconder for the deferral? Councillor Singh is seconding it. So on timing, Councillor Gazzola, is your comments on timing?
I wanted to make a comment on the whole issue.
I'll come back to it if the deferral fails. Councillor Yanetsky, is your comment on timing? Nope. Okay. Then I'll come back to you on that if need be. So you're suggesting that it be deferred until May, June. Okay. So we'll...
Pardon me? 2016, that's correct, yes. I didn't have the date there because I want to give a little bit of flexibility.
Okay, but I do want to just clarify one point that you made around public engagement. The direction that came from this council, and it was to consult with Heritage Kitchener. So if council wanted something different, then it was council's responsibility at the time to give different direction, and should not be critical of staff
Okay,
on
and
that.
I did apologize to that, and that's why I'm
just
bringing,
clarifying.
bringing this forward.
Okay, so we'll vote on the motion to defer. Recorded vote has been called. On timing? It's only on timing, Councillor Yanetsky. That's okay. Well, you can only comment on timing. Those are the rules. So do you want to comment on timing?
On timing now.
Okay, then I'll come back to you if the motion fails. Okay, so recorded vote has been called. All those in favor of the deferral? All those opposed? Deferral doesn't carry. Comments on the main motion? And again, if we can keep them tight because we still got a number of items to go through. Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor Vervanovic. All I'm hoping is that under the public awareness portion of the best practices that we do make our successes promoted. We promote our successes. We want to share those. The Coppin Flats, WLU, Matter of Taste, CBC building, the Lang Tannery. We have done more good and right things than wrong things, and I think it's important as the public awareness that we celebrate the good things we've done.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Yanetsky.
This report we have before us is an excellent report that's been prepared by staff, by Mr. Benson in trying to address the issues that have unfolded earlier this year as a result of the Mayfair scenario with its demolition. And what we have here is a number of practices that have been spelled out, 8 recommendations which are excellent. A lot of them basically are just routine matters that will be dealt with staff and with the Heritage Committee. Those that require some public input and engagement have been outlined here in terms of any compliance required under the Ontario Heritage Act. Then in those particular times, those matters will be referred for public consultation and input as well. The report outlines Kitchener's best practice over the last several years in terms of, as noted on page 4, of establishing and working with the designations of Part 4 and 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act, heritage easements, permit process, property standards, grants, tax refund programs. These are all practices that we have implemented over the last many years. And what we have here in this report is taking it a step further in terms of trying to address some other issues that have somehow, unfortunately, fell through the cracks of the system that weren't addressed earlier. And so now we are now trying to address those, and I think we're coming to the right direction in terms of trying to make sure that the issues pertaining to heritage are nice and tight, and that we can move forward without any little more hiccups along the way. So I implore all the members of council here to support this, and your vote of supporting for heritage is most important, and shows whether you are in support of heritage or not.
Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I'll try to be very quick. I think Councillor Yanetsky has really stated it all. I think we, as far as best practices, we have been leaders already due to a dedicated staff who are on top of things, and another group of volunteers on our very Heritage Committee that have given a lot of their time and worked hard. I think this, what's coming forward tonight, is just a further improvement. I'm amazed that we're told, and I believe it, that these improvements can be put in place. There are no additional costs. It can be put in place with our existing staff. Some in the future that might incur costs will come back to this council to be acted upon before they go forward. So there's no question that there are several members of council who are not totally in favor of heritage, and who have had their 5, 10, 15, 25 minutes tonight, have thrown every bullet at staff, and staff have really handled them well, and have done an excellent job. So I'm in support of where we're going, and I hope everyone else will.
Councillor Davey.
Thank you. I will be quick. I do have I think the reports were very well written. I do have some concerns about the future implications and the asks, for example, grants, et cetera, that will come forward. And to be completely honest, I struggle with the fact sometimes that heritage comes directly to council, because I don't have that time for the second thought that we typically have with our committee stuff. So I really wanted an answer to the question: how many homes have we designated via cultural heritage districts? I don't know the answer to that in relation to other communities. I do have a fear that we could be, and I don't know the answer because we're not deferring it. We could be designating at a rate quicker than I think might be prudent in terms of some potential costs in terms of intensification and economic development. So I'm specifically going to ask, what is important, what's most important right now is that we make sure the issue with the Mayfair does not happen again. So I'm going to ask that item number 1 be voted on separately. I will support that because that will be the quick win to ensure those sorts of situations do not happen again. The rest I cannot support because I'm not clear on the full implications. And I specifically am not asking for a recorded vote. Please do not waste any more time with recorded votes. We're on TV. It's recorded later on. Just wave your hand really high for recorded votes.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Verbanwick. I think I'm a little disappointed in the way this has gone, and I think this council has been pretty advocating for more public engagement, and I still think that this needs further public engagement. And but as far as if this is not my my comments that were made earlier are going to be a reflection of not supporting heritage, I think that could be totally taken in the wrong context, because I have supported many of the properties that are listed, and just because you don't agree with some certain properties doesn't mean that you don't believe in heritage. What I think the way heritage is going right now is I think we're diluting the meaning of it, and I've heard we have buildings that I think that are somewhat more representative towards heritage, and rather just, and that's just my matter of opinion. But I'll be supporting only item number 1.
Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There was a number of questions asked today where we weren't able to receive clear answers, and that's why I thought the deferral was needed. And at the same time, there was information given that I personally am not so sure with the accuracy at the same time of differences of opinions. And that's why those questions were necessary and important to me to help make me make a decision to ask those of staff. Over the last number of years, Councillor Gazzola, that I've served on council with you, I have never questioned the amount of time, the length of time that you have taken on a variety of number of topics, or time that you have wasted. Again, that these are your terms, the way you referred to the questions that were asked by myself and some of my other colleagues. The reason why I never questioned that, Councillor Gazzola, is because I've respected the position that you hold, that you are representing this community. You have every right to ask the necessary questions within the allotted time that's given to you by procedural meeting guidelines that we as a council as a majority have approved. So I'm respectful of that, and I have extended that respect to you, and you did not extend that same respect back to me, and I take exception to your comments. I said this earlier, and I appreciate, Mr. Mayor, that you allowed me to quickly make this comment before I had asked my question, that my questioning of staff and challenging some of the information that's in this report is not because I challenge or I disagree with the protection of heritage and cultural significant properties in the city of Kitchener. I think there's a fine line that needs to be walked in looking forward and reflection and protection of our past. And sometimes I think imbalance either way is not fruitful or benefit to our community. And I'm only asking these questions and challenging what's in this report because I think that balance is swaying to the other side. So I will not support the recommendation because of obviously some of the questions that were asked, the information wasn't there, and primarily because of the cost implications. I absolutely think there are significant cost implications that will be heavy on our taxpayers that they're not that we're not aware of, and I think that information needed to be available, part of this report, for us to be able to support it. I will support, as Councillor Davey has said, number 1, which speaks to why this report was asked for to begin with.
Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, just very briefly, because I've been silent on the issue so far. I just wanted to say I support the recommendations. I think anything that we can do to continue to improve our city and move forward with best practices to assist in any area of the city is something that's positive. So I can definitely support the direction that we're moving in with these heritage best practices.
And finally, I'll just make my comments. I will be supporting this. I do believe that staff gave us their best professional advice and feedback on the questions that were asked. I think this is a good piece of work, and quite frankly, a piece of work that needs to move forward so that we can put some of the difficult heritage issues over the last little while behind us. There is nothing here that if it does have significant implications going forward, particularly from a cost perspective, won't come back to council, and this council will at that time have an opportunity to deal with those issues. And so in light of that, I don't see any problem with supporting this and think it is the right direction to go on balance in terms of making sure that we send a strong message about how we value our heritage properties in this community. So the motion is on the floor. Okay, you're entitled to do that. So a seconder, okay, thank you, Councillor Fernandez. Apologies for missing that. That's correct. We're dealing with item number 1 now.
We're talking about recommendation 1 of 8.
We're dealing with 1 of 8, yes. Yep. All those in favor? Actually, that's carried unanimously. And we'll now deal with the balance of the report. All those in favor? All those opposed? And that motion carries as well. Okay, thank you to those who are here on that item. We'll now move on. Folks, I just want to remind people we have 47 minutes to get the rest of the report done, so I would ask you guide yourselves accordingly. We'll move on to Committee of the Whole, item B1 sub 4, liquid snow and ice control. Mr. Jonathan Swanson.
Your Worship and Council, thank you for having me here today. My name is Jonathan Swanson. I'm here from Thaw's Eco Alternatives. I look for solutions for problems resulting from chemicals. We've submitted a proposal to a successful proposal at the lowest bid to the City of Kitchener. I believe it has great potential for Kitchener to be a leader and a footstep across the country for other municipalities to follow for an alternative to salt. Our product is made from calcium magnesium acetate that has a lot of benefits, and I believe our proposal will save Kitchener $12,000 a year or $48,000 for 4 years. I believe the staff misunderstood our product in the report by saying that it was a granular product. It's an actual granular concentrate designed to save on shipping and storage costs to municipalities. The municipality, I visited the facility. They are fully equipped to transform granular salt into liquid salt brine. Our product is simply added to the salt and goes through the exact same process, and it wouldn't incur any costs to the city whatsoever of hosting our product rather than beet juice. I'm not going to take a lot of your time because I know you guys had a long night. With going ahead with us, you will also increase the storage capacity by 33% as well. I believe our product is a fantastic product. It's widely used in Scandinavia and a couple other countries. It's been around since 1969. They wrote a book with independent people testing the product throughout North America as well as Canada. It is proven that CMA is an alternative that will work on your roads, and I truly give you my word that it will outperform beet juice hands down and do a lot better for the environment. It is currently undergoing its ULC certification for being the only de-icer that will have that type of certification in North America. I'm open for questions.
Okay. We have several. Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you, Jonathan, right? Thank you for coming in. From what I understand what you're saying, we don't need to purchase any new equipment for this?
No, you don't. I went down, inspected the facility. I have brine makers. I have a lot of experience in liquid. And then I asked all my questions to the gentleman. He answered all my questions before I submitted my bid to make sure that the product would simply be used in their machines. So they purchase granular salt now. They transform it into liquid in the machine. Our product was simply added to the salt when it goes in the machine, or it can be added in the machine after it turns into brine.
Perfect. So it says that it's concentrated. So would we actually get more product in the end in terms of
yes, in my proposal.
Stretch more?
Yeah, in my proposal, it's about 30% by volume, and it's about 10% by specific gravity.
Okay, I have a
They
question.
mentioned that there could be a possibility that they had storage issues. I didn't observe that there would be a problem with storage issues of the product, but in the tender, they do not have to order 25.4 ton all at once. They can order whatever they feel they require and order more as the winter progresses on, as the tender doesn't specify that they have to purchase it all that year.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I would like to put forward a motion when it's the appropriate time.
Councillor Singh?
Yeah, just actually a question of staff, not. I'll ask a question of the delegation. So this information that obviously you saw that why it wasn't factored as part of the choosing of the lowest tender. Did you make staff aware of this, the difference, and just to inform them?
Yes,
Prior
I
to?
Yeah, I came to City Hall for the bid opening. I informed them if they had any questions on how the product is used compared to liquid, because it is a concentrate. I'm available to answer all their questions.
And was questions asked?
I'm sorry?
And was a question asked of you?
No,
staff
they
ask?
said they would get back to me. I sent an email to the buyer and asked him if there is any other questions they have on the product, as they haven't answered any questions in a couple of weeks. He said, no, there's no more questions at this time. So we just left it at that. And then obviously on Thursday, we found out that staff was reporting our product would not meet your needs. And that's why I'm here today.
Okay, I'll ask the question of staff after.
Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, I have a question of staff, but I also have a question. And thank you for coming in. When I read last night the tender, I went in and Googled your site, and it was interesting. There's a tremendous amount of information there. Now, do I understand that you talked with our staff today? Did I read that somewhere or not?
I talked to the purchasing director, Miss Palmer, on Friday, I believe.
So the thing you mentioned where you actually takes less storage. Well,
in the liquid, transforming liquid throughout Ontario, because of the sheer weight and the cost of transporting liquid, doesn't make sense when a lot of liquids have water added as well. My objective is to sell our product to all municipalities that have problems with salt and make it very affordable to ship it across the country. And when they're ready to use the product, they add the water and turn it into the liquid.
And how widely is your product used?
I'm sorry?
How widely is your product used?
It's available. It's been available on the retail market for the last 8 years through retail chains, as I'm also targeting homeowners, because they don't have a choice other than salt-based products at Canadian Tire, Home Hardware, and stuff. I've tested it on through another company of mine, through Public Works, Government Services Canada, and Ottawa on federal sites, including CSIS, RCMP, and D&D. And this year is our first year introducing it to municipalities across Canada. So I've traveled all the way from Edmonton to Niagara Falls to Kingston to all the FMA, OA conferences, and introduced it to, other delegates, mayors, and councillors all across the country.
Thank you.
Councillor Netsky?
Yeah, thank you very much. What was the chemical name did you call that? You said it quickly, and I wasn't able to write it down.
It's CMA, and it's made from demonic limestone. It's basically a certain type of shale rock where we extract the calcium and magnesium. Acetate is just a strong vinegar, and that's what it's called, calcium magnesium acetate.
Okay. And do you have contracts with other municipalities throughout Ontario providing this?
Niagara Falls will be taking our product in January and testing it on Niagara Falls Boulevard in extreme cold for their mist problem. I've met with probably 12 other municipalities that are interested in doing test products with some of our other products. We have other products as alternative to salt, such as sand melts, that has a big interest. Some of the other municipalities are looking to purchase liquid equipment and anti-icing equipment next year and get onto the program. So there's probably a lot of municipalities that are kind of jealous of Kitchener because you guys are already fully equipped and probably ready to jump right into year 3 of anti-icing and pre-wetting with your experience. I believe the only other municipality that's as technical as you guys are would be Niagara Falls.
So do you have this chemical, like, where's your storage area located?
It's in Ottawa.
It's in Ottawa, because I saw that here. So you'd have to ship it down? Is that how it would work?
Yep, I've got about 152 metric ton left, so there's 25 ton with your name on it.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, Councillor Singh and Gazzola, yours are questions of staff? Okay, thank you, sir. Those are all the questions we have of you. Councillor Singh.
Yeah.
And depending on where we're going with this, we may need to go into caucus, so I guess the one question I have, just before you go on, is do we need to move forward with this tonight, with this tender, or can it go to our first meeting in January? Who wants to answer this? Mr. Chapman? So that would be on the 11th.
Through the chair, this tender is for the upcoming winter season. We've been fortunate that we've not required it to date, but we will inevitably. My understanding is that there may be some remaining inventory, but I don't know whether or not that would be enough to sustain us at this point in time until the next
That's
council
fine.
meeting.
Councillor Singh, ask your question, please.
That's fine.
Councillor Gazzola?
You know, I was curious as if to, and maybe this is something, as if the tender could be split or what have you. The other question I have, it used to be that the region had a big tender. Am I not right? And we used to ride that tender? I saw that on the website last night as I was going through. What has happened there, where the region used to call the major tender for everybody around?
We do that for some things, I think. Ms. Palmer Novakovic?
Well, they did it for this
Okay.
in the past.
I'm sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, I can't speak to whether or not there was a regional cooperative contract prior to. I'm happy to find that information out and share it with council.
Okay, and your other question, Councillor
That
Gazzola?
was it. Well, my other question is as to whether a tender can be split to try the product without, especially when I hear it's a 4-year, we're committing ourselves for 4 years, so it's not 12,000, it's 50,000.
Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, that last comment is not correct. We're committing ourselves for 1 year. We could retender after 1 year if we see fit. We have 2 options to renew. But to the main question on whether we can split it, it's our intention to trial the product. We have no experience with this product. The specification was not based on this product. But as Ms. Palmer Novakovic indicated to the delegation, we would like to trial it this year, get some experience with it. If our experience is positive, conceivably we could cancel this tender after 1 year and take a different approach.
Okay, thank you. Those appear to be all the questions. Councillor Fernandez?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. So, given that we part of our policy is to look and consider the lowest price tender, I would like us to do that and give this tender out to Thaws Inc.
Okay.
Outside of any other mitigating or
Okay, this
comments.
may take us into going into caucus. Mr. Chapman?
All I would indicate, Mr. Chairman, is the statement that follows the price listing. It is our policy to award the low bid that meets the specification. And in this case, the comment is that it did not meet the specification as set out in the form of tender.
I don't know what else to say.
Okay.
Sorry.
So you're not moving that motion then?
I'm still moving that motion. Yeah.
So you're moving that we award it to...
To the Thaws.
Okay. I think this may require us going into caucus. Okay, Councillor Davey?
Yeah, thank you. I think everyone watching at home knows we're going to talk about in caucus, but let's go into caucus.
Okay, a motion to go into caucus moved by Councillor Davey, seconded by Councillor Fernandez. All those in favour? Opposed? That's carried. Let's move along.
Geez, we could have left.
And we get to say hi. half the stuff I didn't know. I didn't talk to the phone. Yes. I forgot to tell them that.
Councillor Fernandez. You're withdrawing your... Go ahead.
I'm willing to withdraw my recommendation with the sincere hope that our staff is going to be looking at testing this in the coming year.
Okay, well, staff have indicated that that is their plan and that we would be in a position to, if the review is positive, to retender in a year if that's the decision that we undertake. So if staff can report back maybe after this winter on that to us so council is aware of the situation. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Galloway-Seelock, seconded. Councillor Ioannidis. All those in favour? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. We'll move on to our last delegation. Mr. Liviu Popescu. Is that you, sir? No? You're not? Okay, you were part of the other delegation. Okay. Mr. Popescu? I guess Mr. Popescu has left. Mr. Popescu was here for B3 under Committee of the Whole, which was the dangerous dog designation. So I guess... Is he? Can someone check if Mr. Popescu's out there? Okay, if in the meantime, I'm going to move on to the reports of the committees, and we'll come back to Mr. Popescu. Finance and Corporate Services, Councillor Davey.
Thank you. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Marsh that the balance of the 3 reports, the 2 budget meetings, and our regular meeting of Finance and Corporate Services Committee be adopted.
Okay. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Well, I'm just waiting for my report.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Councillor Gazzola.
I want to deal with item number 4 and 2 separately.
2 and 4 separately? Okay, I'll do that. So we'll deal with the balance of the report except for 2 and 4. All those in favour? Oh. Sorry, my apologies. There's November 23rd. You've moved all of them, Councillor Davey? Yes, all of them. Okay, so I'll do it the other way around. I'll deal with number 2 on December 7th, the first, which is the Waterloo Region Tourism Marketing Corporation, 90,000 in funding. Councillor Gazzola.
Can I just make a comment?
Yep.
I will not support it because we're committing ourselves for another 5 years. This was set up to try to get to a position where the private sector became equal, if not better, partners, and this is not happening. So for that reason, I won't be supporting it.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? 1, 2 opposed? That's carried. Number 4, the Kitchener Economic Development Reserve Fund for Velocity. Councillor Gazzola, you're looking to speak on this?
Well, I wanted to ask a question, a couple of questions. Last week we talked about an agreement on this, but there is no agreement to be involved. From what I can see from the paper that was provided to council, this is just an outright gift a gift, I gather, to the University of Waterloo.
Mr. Aguirre.
That's correct. I believe council had agreed with the recommendation that we make a provisional upon the university continuing to operate the centre for the 5 years of the term.
Well, there's no, I don't see any information. I saw a limited sheet of paper that talked about a budget for a 5-year period. There's no question of what we're to get out of it, what the university is to get out of it. It's just a fact that we pay in $500,000. So it's just a gift, and that's the end of the story.
Mr. Aguirre, I guess there's no answer to that. It's not a gift. It's an investment in Velocity, Councillor Gazzola.
Okay. There were a number of questions tonight I asked about public engagement. Did we have any public engagement on this issue?
We had extensive public engagement through the development of our economic development strategy, and the concept of supporting increased incubator services within the city came out of that consultation process.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I know where this is going, so I'd just like to make a comment. I won't be supporting this. To me, a straight gift, no ties to it. I noticed in reading the paper that the university went to the city of Waterloo. The city of Waterloo gave them $15,000, but whereas we've really opened the bank for them. And the biggest problem is that we're really facing some serious concerns, especially in the neighborhood of what we're going to be increasing our utility fees. And when we give away $500,000 just like that, I don't know what it's really telling our taxpayers. So I asked for a recorded vote on this, and I won't be supporting it. Thank you.
Councillor Fernandez.
I don't have any questions. I'm going to beg your indulgence and make a quick comment so that we don't have to go through this.
Yep, please make your comment.
The velocity, I mean, I don't see an agreement. I see a budget that is not very clear, not very defined. Velocity took out a full-page ad in Globe and Mail this weekend. I don't even want to imagine what that's going to cost. I cannot absolutely support $500,000 from taxpayers going to something that I don't have a clear understanding about.
Councillor Yanetsky.
Yes, thank you. I did see that ad in the Globe and Mail over the weekend, and I was totally shocked to see that. I mean, it had nice information there, but there's money being spent on advertising. As I mentioned last time, I'm not going to be supporting this. The Velocity and the whole Tannery area has just been a wonderful experience. They've been doing really, really well. They feed off each other. They just multiply and grow exponentially. Why do they need more money? They're good to go. It's the little guy down the street. We have problems with the LRT and the businesses closing down along King. And of course, the infrastructure issues that we have to deal with, that would be money better spent and directed there.
Councillor Davey.
Thank you. This is possibly the purest investment in economic development I've seen in my 5 years on council. it blows me away that people can possibly not support this. Other municipalities would be chomping at the bit for this kind of investment in their community. Some quick stats I received just of interest from Communitech related to startups. In 2000, and just back in 2010, there was 105 startups founded. Fast forwarding to 2014, that number grew from 155 to 513. The investment capital in these businesses back in 2010 was $27 million. About $27 million. In 2014, that $27 million went to $270 million. This is exactly the reason why we've seen our job unemployment rate continue to be low in the face of issues like RIM and Maple Leaf closing. Failure to realize that the investment in this is just, I frankly don't understand it. And frankly, some of the comments I've heard is that I can't invest in it if I don't understand it. If you don't understand it, that's your own fault for not researching it.
Okay, just very briefly, I'm going to make a couple comments. This is a fundamental investment that needs to be made by our community. It's about strengthening the local ecosystem, increasing the number of startups created, creating new jobs, and retaining as many graduates locally rather than having them move to other cities and the Silicon Valley, while attracting multinational companies to the region such as Google, NetSuite, and EA Sports. The investment is going to have an increased emphasis on life sciences, augmenting the School of Pharmacy and School of Medicine, and could potentially lead to an expansion of our life sciences campus adjacent to the schools of pharmacy and medicine, which was contemplated when we made those original investments. And when we want to talk about impact on taxes, well, an expansion of this will lead, because all you have to do is look at what's happened with all the other investments that have happened through this, will lead to increased commercial property taxes, residential taxes, income taxes, and an increased vibrancy in our community. It's fundamentally making an investment that's going to help make sure we have the dollars that are necessary to pay for the infrastructure and other things that need to happen, as opposed to seeing vacant buildings and not having people employed and having to deal with these things through a lower tax base going forward. That's why we're doing it. So a recorded vote has been called. Vote now, please. All those in favor? All those opposed? That is carried. I'll now deal with the balance of all the items in the three finance reports. Oh, Councillor Davey?
Yeah, sorry, just on principle. On the very first Finance and Corporate Services Committee, number 1, doesn't have to be a recorded vote. I need to vote on it separately, okay?
Okay. Councillor Marsh?
No.
Okay. So I'm just asked, it's been asked that number 1 on the November 23rd report be dealt with separately. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And the balance of the items on the 3 finance reports, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yes. The balance of the Community Infrastructure Services Committee be moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Dave Snyder. But we need to deal with number 2 separately because Councillor Ioannidis has a conflict and we've already dealt with 7.
Thank you very much. So we'll deal with item number 2, first of all, which is the one with the conflict. Councillor Gazzola, you have a comment on that one?
I want to deal with number 5 separately.
Number 5 separate. Okay, let's deal with number 2 first. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried with the one conflict noted. We'll now deal with number 5 separately. All those in favor? Oh,
Can I just make a comment? I'm sorry.
yeah, real quick.
Yeah, I know.
Yep.
The reason I'm not
Look,
supporting...
okay, you're on. Go ahead.
Yeah, the reason I'm not supporting it, I think we're trying to do the right thing. The point is we're not getting the right people involved. The school board has to get involved in this, and they seem to be stepping it aside on this issue. Issues are being left up to each individual principal at each school, and until the right people get involved, I don't think we're ever going to correct that problem that needs to be corrected.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? 2 opposed. That is carried. Well, planning and strategic initiatives. we've done, so we'll move on to Heritage Kitchener. Councillor Yanetsky, do you want to move those two reports?
Yeah, I'll move the two reports, the one of November the 3rd, we're dealing with that one item, and the one for December the 1st, dealing with two items. And I move them, and seconded by Councillor Gazzola.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Those are carried. We'll now move on to unfinished business, new business. Councillor Ioannidis, can someone else just move it so we don't need to worry about switching? Moved by Councillor Singh. This is the motion that came through from AMO asking for councils to endorse it. The heritage listing? Okay, sorry, I'll come back to that. Thank you. But let's just finish that one now that we're on it. So moved by Councillor Singh, seconded by number 9A, the Municipal Climate Action one. Seconded by Councillor Marsh. All those in favor? Opposed? Two opposed. That's carried. We'll now go back to 8B. Okay, moved by Councillor Galloway-Seelock, seconder. Councillor Schneider. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. I know I have to still do purchasing. I haven't forgotten about them. We just did 8B. Yeah, no, that's okay. 8B has been done, and it was moved by Councillor Galloway-Seelock, seconded by Councillor Schneider. Okay. Thank you. So we're done. Unfinished business, new business. Any questions and answers? I know. I'm going to just do it under the blue sheets in about 30 seconds. Okay. Sorry, Mr. Wilmer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that in Community and Infrastructure Services, you've done clauses 2, 5, and 7, but the balance hasn't yet been done.
Okay, well then just to be safe.
Clerk says it has.
I thought we did, but just to be safe, all those in favor of the balance? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. So we'll now deal with bylaws first reading. Oh, Councillor Fernandez, go ahead.
Yeah, just one question, Mr. Mayor. You went to Paris on a very interesting and something I'm very, very interested in, the climate action change. I'm hoping that at some point in the near future you will be able to bring forward something for council to understand what transpired during your time there. I know that was something that we had talked about in the very early days of this term.
Absolutely, and in fact, as you were well aware, because you already emailed me about it, I indicated that I would be coming to the January meeting of Environment because I've been asked to do a presentation there.
Great.
Yes. No. Okay. So we'll move on to first reading of the bylaws. Moved by Councillor Galloway-Seelock, seconded by Councillor Davey. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We'll now move into Committee of the Whole. It's been moved by Councillor Yanetsky that Council resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Yanetsky, and you need to start off with the
Tenders.
Tenders.
Okay, first the tender safety supplies. Any questions in regard to that one? I do have a mover. Councillor Ioannidis. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item number 2, golf carts. Need a mover. Councillor Fernandez. Any discussion? All those in favor? Carried. Item number 3, dealing with consultant services, residential intensification of established neighborhood studies. Need a mover? Councillor Schneider.
Okay,
Any discussion?
He's just moved all of them.
Who?
Councillor Singh has moved all of the balance.
All the balance of them? I thought we'd just go through each one, but okay. So if he's moved all of them, is there any discussion on any of the items? Okay, Councillor Gazzola.
Click in, please.
I have a question on Upper Canada Park as to why is it possible for us to do that without going out to a consultant? Staff did a preliminary master plan on that project and did an excellent job. I just wonder why they can't go the next step. There's a $200,000 project.
Mr. Reedman wants to respond. Councillor Yanetsky.
Yes, Mr. Reedman?
Through the chair, we're hiring a consultant for the implementation phase of the sports field development, primarily due to the engineering requirements of the approval and tendering process. This includes significant civil engineering and stormwater works, electrical, geotechnical, structural, and irrigation. So a consolidated consultant contract is the most effective way to deal with those services.
Okay.
Is that right?
No, I don't think we have all those things.
Okay. Any further discussions on any other items? Okay, so we have a motion here, and this is for the balance of the report of tenders in number 1. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Councillor Yanetsky, just so it doesn't get missed, we didn't do second reading of the bylaws. That's at the top of your report.
Okay, Councillor Galloway Zelak moved the motion for the second reading of the bylaws. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, moving on to item number 2, dealing with the dangerous dog potential.
Okay.
Moved by Councillor
Councillor
Fernandez.
Singh is in the queue.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, my only concern was that we did have a delegation who wanted to speak to this, but just because of the number of delegations, I guess they left early. Can we not defer this to next council meeting?
That was number 3, Mr. Popescu.
Oh, that's number 3?
Ms. Popescu, okay, sorry.
That's number 3?
That's item number 3.
All right, well, I'm making that comment for number 3 then, so.
So we're dealing with item number 2 only at this point.
Okay, Councillor
Any
Fernandez
discussions
is
on
in the
that?
queue for that one?
Yeah, she moved that.
Sorry, that's all I wanted to comment on number 3.
And Councillor Gazola's in the queue. You're not? Okay.
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 All those in favor of item number 2? Carried. Item number 3, mover.
I'll move it.
Councillor Fernandez.
Councillor Singh is in the queue.
You sit on the committee, so I'll let you speak first.
Yes, Ms. Popescu was in agreement with the designation. She really didn't have a lot of concerns because we had removed one of the conditions.
Any further questions, discussions? All those in favor? Against? Carried. Item number 4, appointments to the Downtown Advisory Committee. Do you have a motion? Mover? Councillor Davey. Any discussion? All those in favor? Carried.
I'll move number 5.
Moved by Councillor Mayor. Number 5, dealing with the encroachment on the awnings on King Street. Any discussion? All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. And the last item is the municipal consent plant review fee. I need a mover. Councillor Fernandez. Any discussion? All those in favor? Carried.
I'll move that the committee rise and report.
I'm sorry, do I have to say something?
No, you say all in favor.
All in favor? Carried.
Okay. Now you do your line.
Oh, that as chair of the committee of the whole, that the proceedings in a recorded pecuniary interests and conflicts taken in the meeting of the committee of the whole held this date and attached hereto and forming part of these minutes are hereby adopted and confirmed.
And that's been seconded by Councillor Schneider. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. It's been moved by Councillor Gazzola, seconded by Councillor Kelly Galloway Seelock, that the bylaws listed on the agenda for third reading be taken as read a third time, be finally passed and numbered serially by the clerk. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And just before we adjourn, for those celebrating the end of Hanukkah tonight, happy Hanukkah. Those celebrating Christmas or Kwanzaa in the days ahead, all the best for those holidays or however you're going to celebrate the upcoming holiday season. And so on behalf of City Council and those of you who are still listening, happy holidays. Motion to adjourn and Happy New Year. Oh, and by the way, don't forget to come down here on New Year's Eve, December 31st, or January 3rd for our New Year's levy. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Davies, seconded by Councillor Fernandez. All those in favor, opposed, that's carried. We did it. Thank you very much. Happy 2016.